Lovely. Well, hello and welcome, Mexico. Hello, my dear. Lovely to see you here. Welcome to those of you that are joining retrospectively. Sorry we are late. As always, it's me. It's always my fault. So you can just count on that. I'm the reason I have a fashionably late disposition. Maybe I was born to be fashionable or something. I don't know. I just haven't learned how to dress fashionably. Anyway, I'm sending you all so much love. Blessings and peace and harmony. I hope you're going to take it easy and smile. And yeah, we've got quite a discussion today. We're talking about the evolution of consciousness from the symbolic to the specified to the specific, from the emotional intelligence into the intellect, from the intuition and the sublime empathy into the rationalistic, from the spiritual and what we like to, from a rationalist perspective, call superstitious, into the rational and materialized ideology of materialization. So I've got a lovely couple of guests here with me to start off, to kick off. Dr. K will be here a little bit later, and then we will have Aaron popping in after a little while. So without any further ado, I'd love to introduce everybody. I'm the Bush Whisperer. I'm a local shaman here in Simonstown. And we've got Indy Sage. Indy is a shadow worker. He works with people's deepest repressed subconscious impressions, which is actually very much on point to what we're discussing today, because obviously with the moving from the symbolic into the specified, we lose touch of our shadow, because our shadow is a highly symbolic aspect. It's very deeply ingrained in the emotional intelligence, in the emotional state. So one has to have empathy, and empathy is something that we seem to be losing. I mean, how often is it that we walk past homeless people on the side of the street and we don't even notice them? We all do it. Let's not pretend we don't. And you catch yourself going, oh my God, there's a person sitting on the side of the street. They must be hungry. Let's check them out. Let's see, have they eaten? And so we're living in this world of craziness. Hello, dear Mexico. All live now on YouTube. Well, I'm glad to hear that. I'm glad to hear everything's working. We were worried about whether I was going to be able to go on at all. We didn't know how much. Did you say my sound is not so good?
The sound is fine.
But what did Mexico say about my sound? She mentioned my sound is 100%. Okay, good. Thank you. I got paranoid there for a moment. I'm always worried about my sound. I had the first few round tables where I had like total screw ups with my sound. When I got my new mic, it took me about 3 episodes to get it right, the settings. And then I realized it wasn't even me or the settings. It was just the fact that I was using Firefox. And Firefox doesn't work well with StreamYard. Any of you that ever use StreamYard, don't use Firefox. It's a pain in the butt. Just use Google Chrome. I don't like Google Chrome. I don't normally use it. I think it's waste paper, rubbish, should be in the bin. But when it comes to using apps like this, it does the job. So we've got Dr. Indy Sage, as I was introducing him. He's a shadow worker. He helps people engage and find practical resolution of the shadows so that they can go into their deepest, darkest, most repressed parts of themselves and rediscover themselves. In a sense, it's a very shamanic kind of a work. It relates very closely to what shamanism, or what in shamanism is called, it's same as Gurdjieff's self-remembrance, but it's called soul retrieval, and it has a lot to do with retrieving the parts of ourselves that we have left in the past, forgotten parts of ourselves, repressed into the subconscious annals of time. So this is Indy Sage, and I'm going to give them each a chance to introduce themselves in a minute. I'll just pop through to, we've also got Cosmic here, and Cosmic is a lovely brother as well. He's got his own fascinating story to tell us, which is going to be very much on point here, because he's very much diving into the symbolic himself. He's channeling an entire occult system, if I can call it that. Yeah, a system of occult workings, a system of understanding, a form of metaphysics, if you will, of understanding the spiritual with regards to the physical. Basically, he's writing it from the ground up, and he's under the guidance of the Fae, and he has a group of Fae that work with him and have been working diligently with him on this project for well, since I've known him, since before I've known him. So this is what Cosmic does. They're both very fascinating individuals, and they're both going to have a lot to share with this story. Indy, if you have a few words to say.
Absolutely. Thank you for the wonderful introduction, Franklin. So glad to be here today. And as Franklin mentioned earlier, my shadow work is very relevant to the discussion we're talking about today. As the psyche has developed, it hasn't all come together. And we know that there's been documentation of higher consciousness through the ages. And I study mysticism to see how that has unraveled in the literature, at least, and try to imagine things that were unwritten, like in between the lines, that have now maybe been misinterpreted. But some of the abilities of these ancient sages to travel astrally and be able to have knowledge of things that is baffling to us in today's day and age. But I also study anthropology, evolutionary anthropology, and I've studied how the human brain may have developed. And I'm keen and a strong proponent of the aquatic ape theory, which I'm referring to as the amphibious marine hominid postulate. But that's neither here nor there. But I've studied how the brain has developed, and it likely was in a marine environment, allowing us to have rapid growth of our brain and the expansion of our cranium in a small period of time. But as our mind has developed, we have fallen into a place now in today's society of egoism, where we will splinter away our shadow, and part of our mind is splintered and caged up in our hearts in the shadows. And many of us have the great privilege and opportunity to be able to reintegrate with that shadow in our lifetime. Not everyone does. It's a very difficult process to open that can of worms sometimes, and you have to make sure you have the right emotional support network and understand the spiritual tools you're going to be using to heal with forgiveness and love towards self and others. So that's just a little glimpse of some of the work I do, and I want to pass the mic over to Cosmic Prankster.
Hello, everyone. It's Cosmic Prankster here. Yes, as Franklin mentioned, I do work with the Fae and basically teach me a lot of stuff. Like I'm starting to learn a lot more about nonlinear time. I actually kind of wanted to share this one little insight that I kind of arrived with them because I think it's really kind of interesting. So I found a really simple way to understand like nonlinear time. So first, you start with a horizontal line, and you can think that, like the left is the past, the right is the future, and the present is somewhere in the middle of this line. Now, this is supposed to be kind of symbolic of linear time. So oftentimes when we're in either a shamanic state, we're in meditation or some kind of mystical state, there are instances where we see ourselves as being outside of this timeline, where it's sort of like you don't really feel bound to any particular present moment. It's just you kind of feel the whole continuum of time all at once, both the past and the future. So it's like here's the line. There's a horizontal line I mentioned, and you're sort of like standing outside of it, like looking at it from a distance. But what I noticed that's interesting is that while in this space, I noticed that there is a time of its own sort of elapsing. Like I'm looking at this time singularity, and I'm like, there's certain thoughts going into my head. There's certain, insights, certain feelings, and other also conversations with my Fae friends. And then I realized, like, oh, wait a minute. This is a vertical time axis, because if I'm outside of the horizontal linear time axis, but at the same time, I'm also experiencing a sort of, a momentum of, events going from one to another, then this is like a vertical timeline. So when you start to think of it like a cross, so you can understand those two time dimensions, then you have a circle that goes around the entire cross. And it's like, this is like, I think this has been probably like I've been trying to like really figure out how to articulate nonlinear time, but I think this is the best sort of thing. So basically, this is the kind of stuff that like the Fae are teaching me. These are the kind of ideas that go through my that I'm working with, just in terms of like time, in terms of dimensions, in terms of like, you know, where the astral plane is, how it intersects physical reality. And so yeah, I'm figuring out a lot about, you know, the universe and the cosmos in that regard. And so I think I've got a lot to say about this particular topic in terms of the how consciousness you know, has evolved, and or we go from the symbolic to the more specified. Because in my early occult days, I spent a lot of time sort of like debunking materialism. Like that's really kind of where my occult sort of journey started. Was I was kind of getting into idealist metaphysics, and I was basically trying to sort of like you know, debunk and sort of like the materialist sort of framework. And a lot of that also helps with sort of understanding the history of, you know, where this line of thought came from. And I'm kind of surprised to realize it's actually like, we think of it like, you know, starting with like, you know, atheism and like the kind of the scientific revolution of like the 1600s and the Enlightenment. But I think the sort of the underpinnings of this actually go back to like more of the days of like early Christianity. So this is going to be an interesting topic. I can't wait to, you know, jump into it.
Yeah, man. Great start there, both of you. And I think we're definitely going to look at this time story, because just how specified and how symbolic is time really, and how specified has the measurement and ideologies around time become, but how symbolic is time really? We're going to look at this as well. I think it's going to be interesting side avenues, which is going to sort of tie into the overall story. But definitely when you speak about Christianity, I mean, we're going to look at what we call Christianity, I call Mithrace tradition, because I'm not going to mince my words. I'm going to call it what it is. The Mithrace tradition, the ancient Greek tradition, where the Sabbath is on a Sunday, and where Mithrace spent 3 days on a cross and was a virgin birth and was resurrected and found eternal life and immortality and all of this. So let's not pretend that Christianity exists. Let's just keep it real and say that the Greeks hijacked a Hebrew Messiah, prophet, whatever. I'm not going to draw distinctions of names, and decided to turn that into a vamped up, modernized version of their Mithrace tradition in order to promulgate their own religion into the mass, which is, they did a pretty damn good job. Only the mass thinks they are worshipping a Jewish prophet or avatar that they are worshipping under a different name with different ideologies attached to it. It's quite interesting when you look at it. But I think that goes way back, and they inherited that from ancient Egypt, from the land of Chem. And from the land of Chem, it was inherited from Babylon. And Babylon, before Babylon was destroyed, and the destruction of Babylon, I believe, is documented in the Bible. Sodom and Gomorrah are just two of the cities that were destroyed in one particular region. But there were 4 regions on Earth as dictated by the Anunnaki. And when the weapons of mass destruction came out, and they had terrible wars because Marduk had declared himself as a god, the only god, and was basically bad-mouthing all the other gods. They're like second-rate gods. I'm the only one worth worshipping. And he got his armies to start to take over the world. The other Anunnaki that were there ended up having a big war with him, and they used big, terrible weapons to prevent him from getting hold of the spaceports. They had to destroy the spaceports, otherwise he would have had access to Nibiru, and he would have been able to take his fight, his war with human technology and human people that were getting intelligent to Nibiru, and he could have endangered the civilization on Nibiru. So that war was fought for obvious political reasons, to cut him off and trap him here on Earth. but the big cloud then went over and it caused a pestilence all over the world, and it basically poisoned the whole planet. And it's well documented how everything died. All the crops died, all the animals died, the people were starving. And then when you look at our historical accounts of Babylon and what happened, people died of starvation and pestilence. They don't say what caused the starvation and pestilence, but it is quite well documented that there were 7 particular weapons that were detonated. And some of them, they were different kinds of nuclear blasts. There were thermal nuclear blasts. There was 3 different kinds of blasts that they were using, different kinds of rockets, the way it's described. So it's interesting. Those Anunnaki started the program of creating religion. And I think that the religions that they created lived on after Babylon had been destroyed and were revamped and reintroduced. And Ea, which is the name of Enki, got known as Yahweh, right? That's why Yahweh has got Ea on the first part of the name, literally. So it's interesting how this development of these, which wasn't anything to do with the Jews, it's just those of us that don't know, it's totally a Babylonian worship that was brought to us through the Akkadian lines and Chaldea and into what we know as the ancient Jewish tradition, which then got vamped and changed into a more modern Jewish tradition. And so we've got all these different Jewish sects. But to get it back onto point, I believe that the real nitty-gritty of the beginning of the movement from the symbolic to the specified was in pre-Chaldea. Phoenicia was where it started. That was where they stopped using the symbolic alphabet and started using the phonetic alphabet. And I believe the phonetic alphabet changed the way our brains work. I think when we were using the symbolic alphabet of hieroglyphs, we used to have to think in symbolic terms in order to understand the language. We were far more symbolically inspired, more in tune with our emotions. And when we stopped using those symbolic letters, I think that we got lost in a spiral of intellectualization, which was sort of easy to drive and steer by the powers that be, which were the royalty and the bloodlines that invented education. The dukes invented education in order to keep us trapped in a materialistic perspective, materialistic worldview, so that materialism would become our basic currency. But I'm very interested to hear where you specifically go into the Christianity, Cosmic. I'd love to hear more, because I think that you're on.
Because here's the thing about Christianity. I realize that when it comes to, particularly in the West, there is actually a very strong connection between the beliefs of Christianity versus what a lot of atheists like Richard Dawkins, a lot of people, I spent, because I've been kind of I used to be a little bit more kind of left leaning, a little bit more, I guess you say, a little bit woke, and then I kind of got out of that woke world and kind of listened to some more Christian media, people who had a kind of different, maybe more right-wing perspective. And I was kind of surprised that even though these people claim to believe in God, they believe in Jesus, that they're really big on objective truth and reality and things being true, and kind of not letting your sort of subjective perceptions sort of blind you from what's going on in reality. Because if you think about Christianity and you talk to these people, they say, because you might come from a more, a new age or kind of a mystical perspective where, Jesus is a representation of, Christ consciousness. He's a symbolic sort of aspect of the logos in the world and love and compassion. And a lot of Christians, no. It's all about the literal Jesus who existed 2,000 years ago, who actually walked on water and actually rose from the dead. And that literal aspect of Christianity is so important to that. And I think that's why the religion has so much of an emphasis on truth and the objective, which, on some level, I actually am kind of cool with, because I guess in a lot of ways, I've also, with the woke, I've seen the dark side of subjectivity. I've seen what happens when we go too deep into the subjective world and everything just becomes relative and meaningless. And So there's definitely kind of like between the objective and the subjective, there's definitely a symbiotic relationship between those two kind of perspectives of the world. And I think too, when I look at the narrative of, you know, if you start from Christianity to the kind of the modern scientific secular world we live in, it's a lot like the myth of Icarus, you know, because if you think about Christianity, it's all about, we got to find God, we got to find Jesus. And then it's like around the 1500s and the 1600s, they started to figure out science, and they started to figure out, you know, these more physical objective things. And they're like, oh my God, we got this new way. Now we're really going to find God. Now we're really going to find the answers. But they got so far into figuring out things in the literal sense, thinking that that literal objective truth is going to lead to some kind of supernatural discovery of God. It went in the opposite direction. It went into this atheist materialism. It's like that's the part where they get sort of where Icarus flies too close to the sun, his wings burn up and he falls to the ground. And I think Christianity and sort of human Western civilization follows a kind of similar story, that in the Renaissance, we're kind of like, you know, we're getting our wings and we're going to fly up to the sun to find the real God. But then we get burned by this deeper kind of cosmic primordial truth of the world and realizing it's a lot more complex than that narrative. And then we kind of fall into sort of materialist atheism and nihilism because, you know, in a lot of ways, if you think about the reason we fell into nihilism and materialism is because once we, you know, decided to realize that perhaps there were some flaws in the sort of Christian sort of worldview, it's like, well, we got nothing else, so we're just going to try nothing. They didn't try any kind of alternative spirituality. They didn't try any kind of alternative God or alternative religion. They just went straight because there's so much momentum culturally for, like, you know, 1800, couple thousand years. And it's like, what are we going to do now? So I think in a lot of ways, it's like falling away from Christianity. Humanity really didn't know how to sort of build itself back up again. And I think, unfortunately, we're still kind of in that point where we've fallen off the horse, so to speak, and we're still trying to kind of get back on. That's why I think there's a connection, why Christianity is actually a big factor and catalyst in this particular situation.
Yeah, I know that the Oriental mystery schools had such a big influence on Christianity between the Greeks and the Romans. There were many other prophets that came before Jesus that followed in that same template. Not only Mithras, but also we have elements of Bacchus, Dionysus, and Zagreus. We also have Hercules, Heracles, and several more. There's a very long, extensive list of these figures. Krishna has also been kind of added to the list of similar figures in which the prophecy of Christ elements are there, in which he was, I think, hidden at birth and sent down the river, much like Moses, another individual. But we see that there's this repeating cycle of these prophets that come and go, and it revolves around the Heavenly Father being the Son as the ruling henotheistic God of the pantheon in these Oriental mystery schools that have now become Christianity, just taking on new face as they've adopted most of the pagan understandings and holidays to bring them in the fold over the years. But you know, the human consciousness has a greater capacity than a lot of religion likes to admit. But in mysticism, we see sometimes the deeper side of higher consciousness and our ability to not have it be something outside of ourselves that we need to worship, but having it be something within that we can access ourselves and bring others to that door to be able to commune with the divine and have a greater understanding of self, which can lead us to happiness and inner peace. And I think it was mentioned earlier by Cosmic Prankster how there was a more of a deeper understanding of the ability to maybe speak tongues or go into a trance and experience God and talk to God. And then over time, it kind of got dumbed down, and through what's referred to as the simulacra or the simulacrum, people have begun to worship the idol and forgotten the meaning behind what it represents. And a lot of people kind of get stuck on the idea that God is a physical person in the clouds, and don't really see a deeper side to it, where yes, that may be true, but also we can understand that there's kind of two different stories of God. There's the ever-present creator of all things, and then there's the scornful man in the clouds. Sometimes they're both brought together, but a lot of times people see those as very different figures. The forgiving, loving God and the punishing, wrathful God. So that kind of sheds some light on the human mind. What is great and divine? Is it the ability to expand the mind and be able to explore deeper aspects and dimensions? Or is it the ability to stay disciplined and within the lines of society to be able to function with the collective as a whole? Is that as important? And I think there's different paths for individuals. You have these people that are usually rare in society, that are the shaman or the medicine man or the witch doctor or the witch, that are there to help provide to the people the medicine and healing that they need. This is not everybody in the tribe. It's usually 1 out of 20 or 1 out of 100 sometimes that's able to have that deeper spark. So then for the rest of the collective, sometimes there also needs to be guidance for them that may be somewhat different. And I think that has kind of developed into the bifurcation of mysticism and religion. So it's not to say that people who are not on the mystical path are on the wrong path. It's just to say that people have different paths. And we have, you could say that going into higher consciousness and going through integration of the shadow is somewhat of a burden and very challenging. And sometimes, as I said earlier, it's very important to have an emotional support network and things, and the right support tools for your spiritual journey, because, sometimes people don't make it through that journey. That's a difficult process sometimes, and you have to be able to have a good guide and some guidance on that. And it's the golden age of information. So be able to do your homework and know what you're doing, understand the risks involved, and have a plan for if things get difficult. So it was good for me to be able to go through the process. I was able to get closer to learn to reach out more to friends and family, but it took some time. And I learned over time through some step work, actually, in the Alcoholics Anonymous at first, but it really didn't provide much wisdom until I got into adult children of alcoholics. And hold on one second. And dysfunctional families. I have to fix something right now.
You're muted.
Oh, I'm still muted. Sorry.
Yeah.
I've actually got my TikTok open here. To all of the people on TikTok watching, come and join us on YouTube at Bush Whisperer into the YouTube panel. And I agree totally. We've been living in fear for a long time because we've been subjugated by royalty. And I think that the keeping us in fear has kept us sort of under control. And the control dynamic has really been a lot to do with resources, because if we look at the history of Europe or the history of many parts of the world, slavery, serfdom, everybody talks about how the white people went and enslaved other nations. Nobody stops and looks and realizes that the white people were also enslaved. Everybody was serfs in Europe. Everybody was slaves. The only difference between the white people and the other race is that they got liberated maybe a little bit before. Maybe they had an uprising before, and they had more of a drive to be free. but everybody was enslaved, and it has a lot to do essentially with the kingdoms, with the royalty that had been established, the bloodlines, which now we realize go right back to the Anunnaki, these incredibly ancient bloodlines, which we hear about when we speak about the Masonic tradition and the Illuminati sects within the Masonic tradition, and the bloodlines of those that are in charge. I mean, how is it that George Bush, his father, and his father before him have all been American presidents? That just doesn't happen in a world of democracy where people are actually voting. It just doesn't happen. It's just not real. But it's part of our history. So I do see where you're coming from, that like people have been afraid and they've had to sort of think for the future. And I think keeping us with our focus in the future, trying to keep ourselves safe, has kept us in a state of anxiety and kept us in a point of fear. So I think that's a big part of how the control was initiated, forcing us to become practical. And when you become practical, you become specified, because you don't have time for symbolic when you're hungry. You don't have time for symbolic when you've got to feed your kids, when you're cold, when you're out there suffering in the harsh conditions. All you want to do is get an apple. You don't want to think metaphysically. You want to, like, how many apples can I get today? Because I'm bloody hungry and I need to feed my kids. And a lot of people are living in this state that they just don't have the energy, the time, or the impetus for anything symbolic, because they're too busy running after money. And it's, once again, it's the rat race. It's been designed that way. So we're sort of been trapped in a world of specification where we have to become part of a specific aim in order to make money. And we need to adapt to the dictates that have been dictated by the lords of our world, which are the lords of finance and the lords of corporate structures and politics. So yeah, those of you that are on TikTok, come and join us. We're live. We're at YouTube. If you go into YouTube, it's at Bush Whisperer. Go into the YouTube. I'm going to say bye to you guys on TikTok. Just thought I'd give you a taste. Come and join us. Om Shanti. But I definitely agree that there's definitely, I just thought I'd let people on TikTok have a little taste. There weren't many people coming at the moment. It's time of day. I definitely think there's this world of fear. And we spoke about the fear when we were talking about the eclipses, and when we were talking about how, you know, everything that can be used for fear is fear. I think this fear thing goes right back, like Cosmic mentioned Christianity. How much fear was generated? So in the beginning, when Christianity was forged, you weren't allowed to have the wrong books. You were not allowed to have the ancient books. You were burnt, you were killed, you were tortured, you were murdered. It was illegal to have any books about the canonized version that the Catholics had been ordained with by the Romans or the ancient Greeks, if we want to be specific. And so when you look at that, you can see the fear that came into the fact that the Messiah was put up on a cross, whether that was part of a ritual or not. Possibly the Romans were used in the ritual. Possibly they were part of the ritual. Possibly it's their ritual. You see, there's a lot to look at. There's a lot to unpack here. Whose ritual was it anyway? Was it the ritual of the light, or was it the ritual of the dark? What kind of a ritual takes the most pure and perfect soul, it tortures them and murders them slowly in a barbaric way? What kind of a ritual is that? Let's look at it. Like, is that a ritual for divinity, or is that a ritual for upside down? Let's go topsy-turvy. Let's find our way straight into materialism, because it's sort of a symbolic gesture towards some materialism, as if to say that's what happens when you become symbolic. You get put on a cross and you get crucified. So for those of you that didn't get the memo, you better get down with the program.
Not only that, but you're literally binding a human being to a physical symbol. You're nailing him to a cross. You're taking man and nailing the humanity to a symbol. So I wanted to actually talk about something you mentioned earlier, Bush Whisper, about the idea where language started out as this more like symbolic, like sort of like hieroglyphs, and moved on to these more of like these abstract sort of phonetic writing. And are either of you guys familiar with the concept of the psychological concept of aphantasia? You know what that is? Or I guess I'll probably explain it anyway, because I don't think everybody in the chat will know. So aphantasia is essentially being third eye blind. There are certain people, it's a very rare sort of thing, but there are certain people out there who completely lack the ability to visualize and have any kind of like inner world at all. Like, it's actually apparently like difficult for them to navigate around and stuff. So, but the reason I bring up aphantasia is because if I think about when you actually sort of like think thoughts in your head, when you're not thinking of your thoughts as images or objects and you think of them as sort of these abstract words, it's almost like you're manually inducing a kind of pseudo aphantasia in the person. And I start to think, why is it that we can't see spirits? Why is it that, we live in a world where we don't really have a connection to that? And that might actually be a good theory as to why, in that because we don't necessarily think symbolically and we think abstractly, we actually lose a sort of a visual and auditory component of our inner experience. It becomes this kind of this pure, empty, dry abstraction, and we start to think in that sense of pure, empty, dry, abstraction, instead of thinking of ideas in terms of images. That's why I think, like, what I always found kind of like, mind-blowing as a creative person, it always seems like, when you come up with a story or a song or something, it always seems like it's not really like that big of a deal, but people who don't have it, like, oh my God, this is so amazing that you can come up with this. And I think it's maybe what that is that I think creative people, it's like they tend to think more in terms of images. And when you think of ideas in your mind, you think of, images instead of these just words and abstractions. So, and when I talk to people who have aphantasia, it is almost like all their thoughts are just pure dry code. Like there's no there's no user interface, like screen component. There's no color. There's no, this or that. For them, it's like their mind is just purely text. And I think that that's kind of like what happened with the advent of language, when we kind of tried to almost like create something that has like a faster bandwidth. It's like our mind doesn't want to process all these images, so it streamlines it quicker when we just kind of put to these abstract symbols. So I think that in terms of, the abstraction of language in this matter, where it becomes from the visual and symbolic to the sort of the specific and the abstract, I think in a way our consciousness also mirrors that, and that we, think and experience the world less in images and colors and sounds and tastes, and more in these symbolic abstractions, more in just like everything is just paper on a text, a script. So, yeah, I think there's a lot to be unpacked there from that idea.
That's very interesting what you're saying there. It really gets me thinking, when we look at technology, we can see quite clearly that there's definitely, how can I put this? There is definitely, without a doubt, a much faster bandwidth for sending text than sending images. Images take megabytes, text take kilobytes. You can't even compare the amount of bandwidth. And I think there's a reason for that. It's got to do with the processing. And I think you're completely right. When you become less intelligent, it's harder to process images. When you become more intelligent, it's easier to process images. If you've got a fast bandwidth of internet, you can handle images, like download them quickly, upload them quickly. If you've got a slow internet and the slow exchange of information, then images are a real pain in the butt. Remember when we didn't have like 3G or 4G or 2G back in the days? You wanted to send a picture to somebody via text. This was before like WhatsApp even existed. Do you remember those days? And you try and send someone a photo with a photograph, you could send it via text message, and you used to pay a lot of money to send it. It used to cost like 50 cents or $1 or something to send a picture. But let's say it was a really amazing picture and you wanted to send it. It would take like about 2 minutes to upload. I don't know if you remember those days. You'd be sitting waiting for this picture to upload. Finally, it's gone. Like, wow, they're going to get this picture. It was a big deal. Now, you could send a catalog of pictures and it can upload in like 5 seconds. 30 pics, like done. An entire folder of images. So I think it has a lot to do with the dumbing down. Maybe this dumbing down idea of humanity is not a new thing. I mean, we know it's not a new thing, but maybe it was foreseen back in the time that people were very intelligent, and What is that experiment they did with fleas? They put them in a vase, and they put a lid on the vase. Now the fleas were able to jump out of the vase. In fact, they were able to jump twice as high as the vase, right? And the vase was only like, less than 10 inches tall. But the fleas were able to jump like 15 inches, way over. But what they did was they put a lid on the top. And so the fleas stopped jumping that high because they realized they couldn't. They used to bump their heads. They didn't want to bump their heads. And so their offspring were then unable to jump. By the time they had gone to the next generation, they were able to take the lid off of the vase. And the fleas had actually forgotten how to jump out of the vase. Even though they had the physical capacity, they didn't have the mental capacity to know that they had the physical capacity. So maybe there's more to this story of shifting us from the symbolic into the specified. And maybe it has a lot to do with decreasing our true intelligence, bringing us back down to a level of, limited mental processing power, because it takes so much more mental processing power to process an image than it does just a few words.
It does. I've heard of that flea experiment. That's a good reference. Yeah, they're referencing learned helplessness, and it's an interesting process. It's similar in a lot of ways to the Stockholm syndrome that people develop when they're captured. And at first, like when people are captured, they have them tied up in a cage, in a room, in a locked room. Over time, people can be allowed to roam about, but are scared of the punishment and will return back on their own volition. So it's interesting. We see that on many levels, how people will live in their own cages and jail themselves up in so many ways, physically, mentally, emotionally. And so I think, there's been many societies in which there's a prophecy at which this is a time in which we're going to reawaken those lost, dormant abilities of higher consciousness and come together as a collective into a golden age. And I think a lot of people are assuming that time is now, it is happening now. And I think it's, interesting to see it that way. And we don't really know how it's going to unfold completely. But, there's good promise to know that things are building towards something greater that's coming up, and things are moving in a positive direction as things unfold. And in biology, they have a new understanding of the hormesis or hormetic process, in which through damaging the body by doing things like running or weightlifting, where you're breaking muscle tissue, then it strengthens the body. When you can go into a warm environment to be able to build that muscle tissue back, it comes back stronger. So from damage comes resilience and the ability to take initiative and take responsibilities back and take things into our own hands to build up health, to build up mental health, to build up emotional resilience, and to build up the integration of our collective to be able to work together. There's so much division right now, and I think in the Kabbalistic prophecy it said that this utmost division of egoism that's pushed us all apart and separated us from this delusion of separation has really got us yearning in our hearts to really come back together, to really unite ourselves with our lost parts of ourselves, unite with our fellow other humans and with animals amongst us in nature. They feel so estranged to us right now, but we feel a longing to be able to really have a stronger connection. I know I do, and I think that we all do in our hearts. Want to be able to bridge this gap and be able to overcome the divide that a lot of this electronic technology has kind of drawn us apart, and many other things in our current day and age. These distractions have pulled us apart, but we all know that there's a space there where we're ready to open, and we need somebody to be close with, but sometimes it's hard to be able to trust. And I know for people who watch the news, it feels like anybody who you don't know is a real villain. or a serial killer sometimes, because a lot of times it's portrayed like that, and it can make it easier to control people when they're separated and alone, and that's a frustrating place to be. Also through sexual repression in the States, it's very strong to be able to make people frustrated. It's easier to control them. So that's one of the aspects that we're dealing with here with this fear-mongering component, the ability to push people into misery to be able to control them easier, which may, on the higher level looking down, might be a good intent. We want to keep people from hurting themselves, from getting into trouble, from going down the wrong roads. We want to be able to control them so they can have security and prosperity down the road. But we can see where those things will go wrong. When people have power, they can be corrupted by that power. And so sometimes people's greed will allow them to take that a little bit too far. But it's up to the individuals who are the victim to be able to learn about self-understanding and what their condition is, to be able to pull themselves out of it. And sometimes we're in denial. It's really hard to overcome that state of being.
Absolutely, wholeheartedly agree. I think there's definitely a lot that we can learn. That's the ships. I don't know if you can hear the foghorn. I was like, what's that? I've got big ship in the bay today. Not quite sure what it is. It looks like it's military sort of ship of sorts. Anyway, it is what it is. At least it's a ship. It's pretty to look at, even if it's got cannons on it. But yeah, no, there's definitely this inhibitions that have been put onto us, and it makes me think about something that Mexico just said there. Also, some kids today labeled ADHD or Down syndrome, whatever the labels are, they often have extreme mental capacity, highly intricate minds, intelligence-wise, potentially, and usually see things in a very symbolic state, to the point where I would call them gifted. You would call them gifted, right? But the system would call them something else. And it's very interesting how this has become so stigmatized, right? Children that are different. And they want to diagnose all the children and put them onto medication. So medication is a part of this. And the children that they don't put onto medication become adults, and they get put onto coffee. They get put onto cigarettes. They get put onto antidepressants. They get put onto whiskey, right? Whatever it is, we get pushed into things. Like you turn on your television and it's like Southern Comfort or, Jim Beam or, Jack Daniels, or these are all labels we all know so well. Why do we know these labels so well? Because we used to go to watch films, and before we watched the film, there was the Marlboro Man, right? And then there was Jack Daniels. Oh, and which was the one that was like really some cool adverts about 3-4 years ago, just before COVID, was the ones on all the boats, and everybody's dancing on the boats and the yachts. What brand was that? Alcohol, I forget. But anyway, my point is they've used advertising and they've used this manipulation of our minds to get us addicted to certain drugs. And when they can't get us all addicted to drugs, they've started to go after the children to put them onto medication, to get them addicted to different kinds of drugs. So I think there's a lot going on with children. And let's not even forget that there is so much of a stigma about children being wrong. So children go to school and they have to get the right answer. And so they become afraid of getting the wrong answer because they will be called failures, right? They will fail. They will lose the teacher's favor. The teacher will lose respect for them. And so they have to impress the teacher by getting the right answer. This is sort of drummed into children at a young age. And so children are afraid to use their natural innate creativity, because the natural innate creativity involves making mistakes. If you're going to be creative, you're not going to have the right answer. You're going to have a whole lot of stuff coming out of your mind. You're going to be trying different things until it works, right? That's how creativity works. And you will stumble upon some new idea or new way of doing something that will be innovative And that's what creativity is. So innovation is being staunched, it's being stumped, it's being cut off at the source. And it starts with the education in the way that the children are taught to get the right answer. All of this nonsense about multiple choice answers, it takes all the creativity out of an exam. And these days, a big part of the exams are becoming multiple choice. So it's forcing children to think in that code, like Cosmic was saying. And I'm still thinking about what Cosmic was saying. That binary form of thought. It's right or it's wrong. It's naught or it's cross. And it's so simple. Everything's just black and white. There's nothing gray. There's no color. There's nothing else. I think that this is a serious thing. I think we need to look at the children. I think we really need to be considering where the children are at, what's going on with the children. And, oh, wow, the owls are singing. Yeah. Mexico's got some pretty cool owls where she lives. Beautiful. Yeah, this is what I'm saying, Cosmic. Like most kids were diagnosed with ADHD. They wanted to diagnose me with ADHD. I told them they didn't get to give me medication or get me to see anyone. I just told the headmaster, forget it. I'm not interested in your nonsense. Because when I went to a new school, I was bullied, badly bullied. And so I hit the kid because like he was just pushing me around. He was the big boy in the thing. And he wouldn't let me go to the toilet. He was pushing me. And I wanted to go to the toilet. And I said, please don't do that. I asked him, gave him 3 chances. And then he was a big boy. So I had to jump up into the air to hit him. And I hospitalized him because basically I took air. I jumped up into the air and I hit him with everything I had and put him straight down. And he had to go for, head scan and stitches. And his whole face was messed up. But, and they were like, well, 9-year-olds aren't supposed to hospitalize other kids. And da-da-da-da-da-da. So they wanted to put me on Ritalin and stuff. And I said, forget it. I said, don't waste my time talking nonsense to me. I'm not interested in your nonsense. I was being bullied. That's what I said to them. I had a right to defend myself. If you don't like it, I'll get my dad. You know what I mean? But I think that there's definitely this push towards getting children to be told that there's something wrong with them, so that you can force them to conform further. And if you can't make them conform, force them to go on medication to force them to conform. Tell them that there's something wrong with them. Give them a label. Say, you got ADHD. You don't have ADHD. You've just got a highly energized mind. You've got a creative mind with so much energy in your mind that this stifling education system is killing your brain and you're reacting to it. You need to free your mind and get into a creative environment where you can really utilize your mental skills. I think children are disheartened, and the children that are disheartened often might be displaying ADHD symptoms because they're not getting what they need from society. They're not getting what they need from life. And it's very difficult for children these days, because in the old days, it was okay for children to run around and go and be wild. When we were young, it was much more normal. But these days, children are supposed to act in a certain way. People put a lot of pressure on children to behave like little adults. When we were young, children could still be children. I don't know. What do you guys think? I'd love to put that across to you. Can children still be children?
I think there's a big aspect of how parents will invalidate children's feelings. And oftentimes what the parents will say is, you made me angry. And so the children, when they respond to this type of treatment, what's really going on here is the parent is having anger because that's a transgression that they're unable to mediate. So instead of sharing that anger in a constructive way, they're sharing that anger in a way in which they're humiliating themselves and ashamed of, and then blaming their child for their problem. By doing that, not only is the parent not able to deal with their own issues and overcome their inner turmoil and the inability to mediate their behavior, they're then making the child feel ashamed for doing things that they then think will elicit anger, and so hide away aspects of their authenticity. A lot of times, sometimes that might even be don't speak unless spoken to. And so the child will feel like it's not proper to speak. It's not their place to be able to interject or to assert themselves. And so that can be a very difficult situation in which people will develop anxiety. They're not able to communicate with the world. And a lot of this programming happens between ages 3 and 7. And then later on in life, we repeat these cycles and patterns to be able to give us a trail of breadcrumbs that will be able to help us trace our way back to this programming and overcome that, and be able to reprogram ourselves. A lot of times we've associated certain things with shame or humiliation or fear of punishment for doing things that are maybe really genuinely authentic, wonderful things, like maybe even playing music. Maybe somebody told you playing music or being an artist is not practical and you need to stop doing that. And a lot of times we have these unique gifts that we can offer the world. That's something from our soul that's pushed away. And we're trying to be brought into this line and keep our heads down and follow this conveyor belt lifestyle of just following the steps. And some people fall into a midlife crisis and start to realize, what have I done with my life? I've worked so hard to be practical and do what I was supposed to do, but did I do what I wanted to do with my life? And so at that point in your life, that's a time when you can finally have that last chance to bring that aspect of yourself out and share that with the world and let your soul shine. And that's a beautiful thing for people to have the opportunity and be able to act on that. And sometimes it can be difficult. If you waited too long, you feel like it's not worth it. But even if you don't become great at something, you can then pass that passion down to your kids and they could become like a rock star, an amazing painting artist or something down the road. You don't know where those blessings could lead.
I was thinking about what you're saying about like school and kids being on certain medications and having to kind of go through these robotic. I feel like I would point my fingers at people like B.F. Skinner and the behavioralist psychologists who basically believe that we're just a set of reflexes, like we're just these sort of deterministic machines. I think one of the things in culture that generally disturbs me lately is the growing number of people who don't believe in free will, and in the sense of like we're just these deterministic machines. We don't have any agency. We don't have any autonomy. We're just these sort of, we're just kind of like a Rube Goldberg machine, essentially. And so when it comes to the whole like medication thing, it kind of like it creates this sort of assumption about human nature in the sense that we're just kind of like this machine that, if we just, put this thing here and tune it up, it'll work the way it's supposed to. But the thing is that, we're not machines. We're organisms. We're very complex. We have souls. And I think that in addition to kind of this, symbolic, transference, I think if we look at go back to starting at the history of the scientific revolution and the Enlightenment, there was this very deep infatuation with machines and mechanical things, clocks, gears, factory devices, bellows, pushing and pulling and all this stuff, to the sense that we let sort of the machine sort of become our God. And I think that what the process of what happened is that we started to see ourselves as machines, because we thought that, if we look at, the highest form of divinity as sort of this mechanical clockwork universe that the deists of I think 1700s sort of proposed. And with that, we hold on a second here. The idea that we're just basically machines and that's kind of how we treat people. And that's how we sort of like raise our kids, as if they're just these sort of machines that need to be tuned up, rather than these, beings with their own sort of free will, their own sort of independent thoughts and ideas and perspectives on things. And I think that there's a kind of this relationship between sort of nature and technology. And there's this kind of this war that's being fought sort of in those two domains within ourselves. And so I think that's really kind of, the troubling thing about like society in general is this move towards mechanization. And and I can't help but feel that this sort of, like I see these atheists like, oh man, we got all this new proof that there is no free will, take that, Christians, or whatever. But yeah, so what are you guys' thoughts on that, on the fact that it's like we're literally trying to be, it's like, what's if I'm not sure whether, like, when it comes to like society and control, I kind of jump back and forth between, is it this kind of deliberate malicious control, or is it simply the blind leading the blind? Because that could be very much the case as well. So I think that one of the things about the no free will thing is it's interesting coalescing with this technology world and the internet and social media, is that we're starting to, it's not only that we're using machines and we're using them, we're starting to identify with our machines in the same way, like when you're a child. I always found it weird that when I was a kid and I would watch movies or television shows, whatever, I would always feel more comfortable. I think a lot of kids felt this way when you're around sort of talking animals rather than actual people. It's like when you're young, you sort of identify with nature. And now, especially with the advent of artificial intelligence, we're starting to feel like we look at robots and we look at computers and like, oh, these are our fellow computer robot beings. We're biological robots and they're silicon robots. And I think that what we have to do is get back into the organic and move away from the robotic.
I think it's both. If I'm going to look at it, I would say I think you're right that it's the blind leading the blind, right? And I think that's a big part of what it is. Please don't come in. I'm busy in a show. I'll come and say goodnight to you in a minute, Josh. Give me just 4 minutes, okay? I think you're completely right that it is the blind leading the blind. And that is just something that's happening. But I think that it was set up by some very intelligent minds that the blind would be in charge, right? That the people with the least amount of imagination would be making the most decisions. Let's just look at it this way. Look at the way the government is set up. It's not very effective. It doesn't really work. Look at the way the councils are set up. They put the people in charge that can't make the decisions. The people that are in the seats of control are the people that either lack the integrity, lack the imagination, or just lack the simple strength to do what needs to be done and to follow through. And that's not by accident. That's by design. Because the corporations that engineer who gets in to government with money to further their own ends towards financial dominance, monopoly, and that way an increase of power. With the increase of power, they get to dictate so much more. And then when we look at those corporations, the people on the chairs that own a lot of the stock of those corporations own a lot of the stock of other important corporations. So you start noticing that there are a lot of people that sit on the boards of a lot of really big companies, and they make really important decisions, not just for one company, for a whole range of companies. And they're in a little boys club. And so those people get to dictate who's in government. And so by dictating who's in government, they get to dictate what laws get made. And by dictating what laws get made, they get to dictate how education is run, how finance is run, how everything that controls and dominates all aspects of our lives are facilitated. So this is done in the education system, right? Intelligent, really intelligent people, they get very bored of the education system. A highly intelligent person has no time for the education system, truly. Like, they really don't have time for it. Like, I got into a lot of trouble when I turned 15, 16, because we did all these IQ tests. Headmaster brought me into the office and said, "You've been the worst underachiever in the school." And I said, "What do you mean?" So I come first in physics. Like, what do you want? What's wrong with that? He was like, "Yeah, well, you could be coming first in everything." And I never opened books and never studied because I found it boring as hell. I had no intentions of going to university because I'd figured out by the time I was 14 or 15 that it was a sham. I'd figured out that this whole system of finance was just a big game that people were playing, and that it was just really pointless and it wasn't going to bring any true knowledge or any learning or any real spiritual development for anybody, and that it was just going to basically waste our lives away. So the really intelligent people end up being rebels very often in one way or another. And so they end up becoming mavericks in one way or another. Like you look at people like, even like people like Elon Musk, for example, highly intelligent person, went off, did his own thing. He didn't go and get a job. He didn't go and follow the same routines as everybody else. I do think that we're stuck in this world of financial control. And so it causes a lot of intelligent people to be afraid, because unfortunately being mentally astute isn't enough. You've got to have courage as well. You've got to be prepared to take the bull by the horns, literally. And taking the bull by the horns takes some balls. And most people don't have the balls because they've been pushed around their whole lives by a system. So if you go into any kind of a situation, you look at like who's in charge. It's not normally the brightest person that's in charge. And that's not an accident. The system has been created in such a way that the people that are average can get ahead by playing the game, by memorizing all the words in the book. They can get high marks in their exams. By working really hard and memorizing and saying all the words that they're supposed to hear, they can get a good mark. They go to university and they do the same thing and they get like a good degree in university. They become an authority in psychology. They become an authority in physics. But they weren't really born to physics. They weren't the students that at 14 just naturally could do physics because it was like just who they were. They weren't the children that could have really, had they really embedded themselves into something, could have really gone somewhere tremendously far with it. It's sort of like the mediocre people are given a platform to get ahead. And the system is so encroaching and suffocating that the people with real creativity, they lose interest. This is what happens. And so you'll find a lot of the people that are the most interesting people are the people that have dropped out, like the Beatles said, right? A lot of the people that actually end up drop out because they see through the system. They see through the sham of what it is. And I think that something that Metawork said earlier, said we don't have a third eye. Thoughts are not images. You see, what does the third eye mean? It's not really to do with vision, although people think it is. The third eye is full brain operation when the left and the right hemispheres of the brain operate as a singular model. And so you get whole brain operation. This is what the Guru Chakra represents, whole brain integration. And the whole brain integration gives you all the different powers of the mind. And you mentioned as well a third ear, the inner ear. The inner ear is the same extension of that inner reality of the mind, of the consciousness. So I think that the word third eye has been stigmatized by people who don't know what they're talking about, and they've read books about it, written books about it, and they've made people think the third eye is this. But it's when we speak about the third eye, we speak about Ajna Chakra, we speak about whole brain integration and the ability to use your whole brain at once. Sort of like, imagine a fighter who is only using a left, or a fighter who's using a left, a right, his knees, his elbows, and his feet, and his head. You're going to be so much more effective. You're going to be so much more, successful at what you're doing if you're using all of your weapons. And so a lot of people are left heavy or right heavy with their brains. So they only think in certain ways, and it's sort of really extremely limiting. And unfortunately, that's most of us. But we do have the ability to gain an access of a whole brain function. And the inner ear is also an extension of the whole brain function, in the same way that the inner potential to visualize is an extension of whole brain function. And the inner ability to conceptualize is also a manifestation of whole brain function. I think that whole brain function has really been thrown by the wayside. We have got our dear brother has come to join us. Aaron is with us, come to do some imagination exercises with us. He does imagination exercises. That's something that he's been pushing on his YouTube channels. If you haven't checked it out, go and check out Aaron's YouTube channels. It's definitely worth checking out. And if you want to find his YouTube channel, just go into my suggested channels right here in the beginning of this channel here, and just go and scroll to the right. You'll see his name there, and click on it. You'll see his YouTube channel. He does a beautiful imagination exercises and takes people on wonderful mental journeys of the symbolic. Beautifully done. Beautiful, brother. It's an honor to have you here with all of us. It's an honor to have all of you guys here. Thank you for joining us, brother. Do please say a few words.
Hello, everyone. Great to be here today. As the shaman put it, I have been working with the imagination, and so I provide a lot of exercises in order to start to rebuild the mind and our ability to imagine the internal design reflected with the external nature design, and help us kind of deprogram a little bit from a lot of the constructs that are placed onto us. And I view the imagination kind of like a muscle. So if you've got to work out your muscles to get strong in the gym, you've got to do the same thing with your imagination, and then you're able to imagine new realities and start moving yourself to realize and manifest those. And I was listening into the topic for a few minutes, and so I can jump right in, so that way I'm focused and keep the conversation flowing. But I found it interesting how our imaginations as children are just continually suppressed, and we do become very mechanical, like Cosmic said. And I've been surprised that if you think of the regular public school that people walk into, they can't challenge the authority structure, which is the teacher. If they're naughty, they go, from the teacher to the principal, and there's a whole punishment system there, that if you break the norm of the school design, you go to the principal, your parents will get called in, you can get expelled, and there's all of this fear because also, like, if you get expelled from the public school system, your family has to go and spend a lot of money, and many families don't have the money to send them to a private school. So there's pressure at home, and you can kind of see that this is designed to really suppress the mind and get them to be conforming. And I think it's almost even designed very much like the manufacturing type environment, or we think of normal adult jobs. It's the same way. You've got your supervisor. If you're naughty, you get in trouble from the supervisor and then have to go to the next supervisor. And there's all these pressures and threats, and you don't question how things work. You're not supposed to know what the business is doing or what the management is doing. It's supposed to be all shrouded and covered. And the breaks are the same. Like, think of the hours. Hours are the same. You get a recess break and a lunch break. So I think if you look at it that way, some of these things have been intelligently designed in order to start to conform the minds of people in order to fit for the way they want them to behave in adult life. And as Franklin was saying, also the people in power are the ones that play the game the best. So it's not the smartest person or the one that's shaking things up. It's the one who conforms the best to the environment, does not challenge things, doesn't get in trouble with the teacher, and doesn't have to go to the principal's office. And then there also is like the design of the little clique type of groups too. And they want to put their buddies in, and they don't want to recognize anything that threatens the structure. And so it's a design of a bunch of people that just do what they're told really well. And I also think it's important to go and meet these people. Like, I'd go to a bunch of political rallies and try to meet people that were in charge of high levels of business and society, and influencers and people that were shaping society. And once you meet them, it's a much different experience than when we just kind of imagine what those people are like. So I think it's really important to go out and meet these people that are running things, or in at least to the level that you're capable of. There are some barriers of entry, but I think it's good to meet them and see what they're like as a person. I'll stop there. Good to see everyone.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Go on, Franklin.
Sorry. Please continue.
I want to mention something about earlier. We were talking about the dichotomy of materialism and metaphysical, and spirituality and religion versus materialism. Also, we see a dichotomy between wisdom and knowledge, between the higher self and the ego. And a lot of times we will overgeneralize and say things like ego death, like the ego's gone, or we don't need knowledge, or we don't need religion, or we don't need materialism, that one can replace the other. But I feel like it's ultimately in our best interest to integrate these two compartmentalized schools of thought, as alchemy did in the ancient times. This is something that our society is just slowly coming to grips with, as we start to realize the limitations of materialism and the integration of quantum mechanics into understanding how materialism does work, and how the body has been understood to influence higher consciousness through the pineal gland, through different dietary techniques like alkalizing a diet to decalcify the pineal gland. The integration of the two components is a very important aspect, I think, to raising to a higher state, I would think.
I would say that's totally what is represented by the third eye. When people speak of the third eye in what is truly meant, not new age books about third eyes when you close your eye and see pictures, all that nonsense. Third eye represents wisdom and understanding in a synergy of knowledge. And so knowledge requires the wisdom, and wisdom is materialistic. And understanding is abstract and subjective, if we consider it. Wisdom is based on experience, like the hard tax of what you've experienced in your life is what makes you wise. But the understanding is the conceptual ability to take things apart and rationalize and find different ways of using the mental machinery of the mind in order to break things down and get an understanding of how they fit together. But that understanding of how they fit together is sort of inert until the experience of life fits into it and creates a synergy of whole brain activity. So like from a energetic perspective, you could say that the one relates to the astral field and the other one relates to the etheric field. And that the etheric field is very much a materialism situation. The etheric field is about these little thoughts that structure things, that create a structured idea, that create structured ideologies. But the astral field is the current of emotion that drives all of these little thoughts, the hidden hand that moves the fingers. So you could be looking at the fingers, but the fingers aren't really doing anything, right? The fingers are just doing what the hand's telling the fingers to do. You can't see the hand because you're looking at the fingers. The fingers are doing the work. So you see a typist, you see the fingers typing, but it's the hand that's driving the fingers, and it's actually the brain that's telling the fingers what to do. It's the emotion that's driving those little thoughts in the same way. And so I would say that the synergy between the two is rather fundamental to understanding the spiritual reality, because like you say, the Luciferian path is when you become so abstract into the spiritual plane that you don't have your feet on the ground anymore. And one becomes obsessed with the metaphysical reality to the point that one loses touch with physicality and the reality around us, that, you know, compassion for other human beings. As an example, how often is it that people get so deeply steeped into the occult that they will walk past a woman and a child that's suffering, that needs help with their own lofty occult thoughts in their mind, and not notice what's going on around them. So I think the wisdom is when you are attuned to what's going on around you and you are very much present in the physical world of what's actually happening, and the understanding of abstract things gives one an insight that one can then apply to the physical world. And if one doesn't have both of these instruments operating, then the whole brain function isn't going to be working, which I find, I think you're completely right. People that are spiritual tend to be in denial of the physical. Often, I think it's a new age thing, in denial of the materialistic aspect, which is important. You know how many spiritual people I've heard saying it doesn't matter what you eat, you bless your food. It doesn't matter how you live. It doesn't matter what you do. Actually, it matters what time you go to sleep at night. It really does. Because there's reality at the end of the day. It matters what you eat. It matters how you eat. It matters how often you eat. It matters what water you drink. It really does matter. You can't be off on a spiritual lofty plane thinking, oh, I can eat at McDonald's, it's fine. I'm going to bless my food. No, it doesn't work like that. That's not the real world. So I think there does have to be that give and take, like you say, the quid pro quo. I can see Aaron's eyes itching.
Oh, I was just imagining it. It seems like a lot of times the spiritual people will end up mimicking or misinterpreting what they say from someone who is in a spiritual position, is able to speak more with allegory, since we're only able to describe things with the limitations of what our physical experience is like. Then sometimes we have to convey kind of consciousness and maybe more metaphysical experiences through, like, oh, I was able to develop myself in my mind spiritually, and then I was able to take flight and realize my dreams, and I could navigate these different realms. And then then you get somebody that ends up taking that a little too physical and reality wise, and then they end up trying things that they probably shouldn't, or just misinterpreting it. And that's kind of what I was thinking. There's just this important communication lineage between somebody who's advanced and trying to teach something versus the person that's interpreting it kind of for the first time. And then there's the rebel aspect as well. And so we can also get in the pattern when we're rebelling against so many things and trying and testing these boundaries to see where the boundary is at. And then sometimes I noticed, at least in my path, I can start to push against boundaries that probably are damaging or unhealthy. And then so there has to be the come back to reality and realizing that there are certain boundaries and things that I need to do to maintain a living and stay grounded and be able to interact with normal people. And so I think that's all
I think Soundworks was also hitting onto something that's like similar to what you're saying. There's a certain elitism that comes to people that are on the spiritual path often, and wanting to separate themselves from other people in a way, wanting to distinguish themselves as like, I'm spiritual, look at me. Like that bird with all the beautiful feathers. What do they call them? They got the eyes on their feathers.
The peacock.
Peacock, thank you. Like a peacock, strut around like a peacock. Like, look at me, I'm spiritual. Can you see me? I'm spiritual. Look at my feathers. They're pretty damn cool, aren't they? You don't have feathers like these, do you? No, you can't hang with me. I'm just too cool. There's a lot of that, and then there's a lot of, oh, well, I know better than you. And I think there's a lot of it does come from people being able to conceptualize, visualize, like Meta Soundworks was saying, and then wanting to take credit for what's being conceptualized, not realizing that we are sort of downloaders. We're sort of downloading the group. There's a group egregoric consciousness, and we are is we're downloading the best information that we can from the group, and the group is compiling like the best information, sort of like a supercomputer, and we're tiny little machines that can download the really good stuff if we find it. They're like, but then we want to take credit for it, like that's mine. And it's like often when I'm channeling music, it's why I say I channel music. People say, you're writing the music, say, no, I'm channeling it. I can't claim it. It's coming from the egregoric group consciousness of humanity. Anybody that becomes a lens can channel it. I didn't make it. It's not mine. You know, the experience that I'm experiencing life, a lot of other people are experiencing. We're all having very similar synergetic experiences. And there's 7 billion of us. So some of us are having certain kinds of experiences, others are having, but we're sort of, there are trends and groups, I think, operating. And so there definitely is something to this, people wanting to be more than what they are. I think it's human nature in us to want to be more than what we are. I don't know. Maybe we should look at this. What do you guys think about that? Could that be a reason for why we want to specify everything, so that we can, on some level, gratify our own egos and justify our own position?
Do you think maybe it also has to do with like a suppression of power? So growing up, and for the vast majority of humanity, their power and ability to be recognized as an individual is suppressed so much that that's just sitting there and bottling up. And then they finally have a breakthrough, or maybe people are finally listening to them and recognizing them as being kind of important or special or wise. And then suddenly there's this release of all of that suppressed feeling, and they're just kind of desperately grabbing at whatever power they can finally do. And there's also a high, like maybe a chemical aspect in the brains with endorphins or something, that once you're finally seen and people want to listen to you, it just flows, and there's this positive feedback loop, maybe with the consciousness of the group egregore or something. As you move, maybe I imagine it more like a dome, and so then if you're moving more towards the top of the dome, maybe with more sight, or you're a little more you've had enough experiences to perceive the group egregore, versus if you're just kind of stuck somewhere at the bottom of it, and or there's a group of, like, really suppressed people that are just kind of like looking up towards the top.
How do you discern egregoric thoughts? Like, I know a lot of people have intrusive thoughts and thoughts that don't feel like their own. Oftentimes, thoughts of violent thoughts or chaotic or psychotic thoughts that seem intrusive. Is that egregoric? What do you think?
I think when it comes to thoughts, there actually is a way to sort of figure out whether they're coming from you or coming sort of externally. And I think a lot of that is, I think the problem why we have such a difficult time understanding how mind space actually works is because in a lot of ways, from a narrative sense, we've sort of conditioned ourselves to believe that all of our thinking happens within our brain. And one of the things that my Fae friends have been sort of demonstrating to me, through whether it be the wisdom of Sliz or just sort of their, romantic, amorous nature, is that they really are making me understand that consciousness is uniform throughout the body. And I guess what I'm getting at too is, if we're talking about something that really, limits the imagination, that's a big one, because not only is it that we believe that our thoughts are in our head, but then that actually makes the thoughts appear in our head, that location. But so I found an exercise that helps you kind of like get out of this thought loop. And I think that when it comes to, when we ever have any kind of cravings for something, or any kind of desire, or any kind of bodily sensation, you try to imagine the thoughts coming from that place. So for example, let's say you have a craving for some specific food or drink, and you have let's say you want a hamburger or something like that, and you have this image of a hamburger in your mind's eye. Now, conventionally speaking, that image of that hamburger rests inside of your head. But if you really sort of think about it, and if you really kind of meditate, you'll start to notice that the thought, it's almost like that image actually more exists in your mouth and your tongue. Likewise, if perhaps you're thinking of a sexual thought, maybe there's a certain person, or an actress that really arouses you, and the thought just kind of comes into your head. Instead of having that thought be thought of as becoming from your brain, you may think that maybe that image actually originates from the genital area, or maybe the heart, if it's more of an emotional attachment. Or maybe when you smell something, it's like there's that, It's like, you know what I mean? Like the idea is like when you have certain image thoughts that trigger certain maybe like cravings in sort of the body, or if you have the desire to run, if you have any kind of desire, that I think that the images related to those desires are sort of correlated with the organs or body parts that they come from. So if it's something that's regarding taste, the image will exists in the mouth. If it's something in the ears, like you think of a song, that the sound waves are actually like that song is actually where your ears are and not where your brain is. And I think what's important is that materialism has basically taught us that everything is inside of our skulls, to the point of which, and this sounds like almost ridiculous. This is why I kind of like revved away from materialism, because you realize how ridiculous it actually is. What materialism essentially suggests is that when you look out into the external world, you're not actually seeing the external world. You are seeing a virtual copy of the external world that is generated by your brain. And if you think about it, the spiritual metaphysical point of view is actually more rational, because what that's saying is when I look at a tree outside of my vision, I'm seeing that actual tree as it exists in real-time space. Whereas the materialist is actually the more unreal position, because it's essentially saying, no, you're not seeing a tree out there. That's just a bunch of photons and atoms. What you see as a tree is merely just a representation of a virtual copy inside of your skull. And even the fact, there's an article, I think in some scientific journal, that says like your skull extends to the sky or something like that. So when you look out at the sky, according to materialism, you're actually seeing the edge of your own skull, and that the actual material world totally exists completely separate and completely outside of you. Whereas it's simply like, it's so, and when you're like, a lot of these people think, oh, this is so obvious, but when you frame it like that, you realize how utterly counterintuitive the materialist model is for consciousness. And I think from a more somatic and kind of kinetic bodily sense, by identifying with the brain and identifying with the thoughts, then that's where the thoughts and images will take place in space and time. So by stretching the ontology of your thoughts and being to the entire body, that really, to me, is a good way to sort of release yourself from sort of making yourself feel contained within your own head, if that makes any sense.
I think I'll describe at least what my experience is like with my own thoughts versus collective and then larger groups. So I kind of have the vision. If you think of like the firmament or the atmosphere, it's kind of a reflective of the ocean. So we can think of like a giant octopus, a squid, or maybe like a jellyfish. And then so think of the egregore as being that big octopus. And then so you've got all of these tentacles that are flowing down from the big base area of the octopus. And that's kind of like firing off to the signals of that tentacle. And the tentacle would be the individual in that collective egregore. And so the little tentacles can have their own ability to navigate and feel around and see and have these sensations. And some of them, they're going to have a sensation where that awareness is drawn more strongly to one of those tentacles. And then there can be tentacles where they've been inflicted some sort of negative or like a painful response, and there'll be a recoil. So there's different levels of focus on these different tentacles. And so they can have a different power over shaping that larger egregore. And so once well, at least when I'm interacting more with perceiving things from the egregore level, I'm more like I'm at the top part of the octopus, and I can kind of see and feel the different responses from the tentacles. And so it's important for me to have enough kind of pattern recognition and have all of my thoughts and aim really focused and directed, so that way I can kind of know what my own cycle and repeat pattern is. And then also having enough time to remember the people that I'm interacting with and see if my language shifts. And so my subconscious can kind of get thoughts and ideas picked up from other people. And so I try to pay a lot of attention. And then this way I can kind of determine what's my normal kind of grammar cloud and things that I say and if it starts to change, where did that change come from? Can I spot it? And if I can't, then I think it just takes a lot of practice for me to recognize those patterns, and a lot of it's based on experience too, and just being able to see my own longer term thought cycles that play out too. And I think for me, writing things down helps, and kind of trying to describe kind of what my present alignment and worldview and things are, and then look at it after a month or a few months, and then try to understand what experiences I've been going through that might have adjusted my own cycle and pattern. But I also have the concept that I think the person with the darkest shadow, integrated shadow, is able to perceive more at the octopus type level, because some of those those tentacles are getting maybe a little too reflexive for the person that wants to conceptualize them. So kind of go down into that tentacle. And if it's a little too dark or scary, or it's maybe invoking some of the desire and animalistic passion, you have to be able to be grounded enough, I guess, to kind of sit with that darkness and then traverse it and be able to perceive all of the different tentacles of the egregore. So I hope that was a good imagination explanation.
That's a perfect explanation right there. I've even used that same analogy myself to the idea that, like, group identities are often like a sort of octopus, and that you essentially become a tentacle of the of said octopus. I also wanted to mention another aspect that's good for, I was on a tangent before, but I never really articulated how to distinguish your thoughts from the collective. And I think one extra, my whole channeling enterprise, I think, has been actually a useful tool for helping to make that distinction, because when you're talking to an entity, you're in sort of thought space, but when you have a conversation with an external sort of interdimensional being, you're constantly having to distinguish from their thoughts and your questions and your inquiries and responses to the spirit. So, and I think and one of the ways I really kind of distinguish between my thoughts and the thoughts of others are the thoughts in my own voice. And I think when it comes to that, and does it seem like these thoughts originate from my true being? And so one of the metrics that I use to sort of discern my thoughts versus other thoughts is, are they coming from the internal or are they coming from the external? Because sometimes if you think about thoughts, they almost can kind of like, they're almost like birds sort of like passing you by. They're sort of like external, or it's more like, or it's more of the thoughts that's yours. Then it's more like a flower sort of like blooming out of the ground. It's like, it's sort of blooming. The thoughts are sort of blooming out from within your internal being. But I think maybe the other aspect with this sort of homogenization of thought, by sort of compressing everything into your brain, is that we can't really distinguish between what is our thoughts and what's God's thoughts and what is the thought of the egregoric consciousness. It all just seems like it's all just sort of like one sort of thing. So I think by really developing a truly like a sense of individuality and really knowing your essence, who you are and what your real self is, because sometimes you think about a lot of your thoughts, or a lot of, whenever you have sort of negative self-doubt thoughts, they're usually in the voice of some person, some bully or somebody who's antagonistic in your life is actually saying those thoughts. And you realize, like, well, wait a minute, those aren't my thoughts. That's just like a repeating tape of someone else's thoughts that I'm playing in my head. It's like someone else recorded a message and I'm hitting the loop button on the tape recorder, so to speak. So I think figuring out what your voice is, what your sort of unique contribution to the cosmos is, and if you can learn to hone in on that, I think then you can really start to make the distinction between your thoughts and the thoughts of a sort of a group egregoric consciousness.
I definitely find that very interesting. I honestly find myself questioning. I question more than I answer in my own head, I think. Because everything that I seem to be, Don't get me wrong. I'm a being of agency. I'm a being of power, of focus, of possibility, of manifestation. And I consider everything that I think just about to be originally deciphered, to be coming from a perspective of what I can consider intellectual integrity of sorts. Not that I'm like specifically an intellectual, but when I think, I tend to think for myself, and I don't really give a damn what other people think. Like when what I believe is what I believe, and I live and let live, because I know that I'm not right. I know I don't have all the answers. So like it's exciting to see everybody's perspectives. I think that when I look within myself, it's like peeling layers like an onion. And the more layers I peel, the more I notice that like I'm the same as everybody else in some way. Where there's a lot of similarity. There's a lot that's the same. And the more I notice the sameness, like on one side of the spectrum, there's total the distinguishing features from me, from you, from him, from her, from them, from us, right? The individual. But on another side of the spectrum, there's total collective. And I find myself to be sort of balancing somewhat this balancing act between the individual and the collective. But when I look at the collective is an individual when I look at it. And when I look at the individual, I see the individual is actually a collective of individuals. And I'm seeing the yang yin and the yin yang, and that the Tao is the expression of both polarities, but they both come from a singular personality, which is in its own nature dual, if that makes sense. So it makes me sort of question everything that I think is me is coming from somewhere, even that which I think is inside of me is outside of me. And that which I think is outside of me is actually inside of me. That's how my brain articulates reality. And so it means that, let's say I think I'm having my own idea, right? And I think this is my idea. It's coming from inside of me. But when I look within myself, I notice that this idea is floating in the ethers, and that there are other people pinging off this idea. And the deeper I go into the idea, the more I notice that I'm not the only one having this idea. And there's this sort of telepathic sharing happening between us all the time. And sort of like almost to the point where every single thought that we think is of the collective. The thing that I think that distinguishes individuality from collectivity or from the collective presence is when we take responsibility for the thoughts. I'll give you an example. Let's say I'm thinking a thought that's not healthy, and I know that that thought isn't healthy, and I know that that thought can have impacts on other people's thoughts that can produce unhealth in other people. At that point, I have to start taking responsibility for the fact that I am choosing to manifest this thought from the collective in my consciousness, and I'm responsible for it. So that's when I think of, like, you know, who I am being relevant. And so we have to be vigilant of, we're like pitchforks, tuning forks, picking up a frequency. And we can tune into any frequency like a radio. And that frequency, we can actually tune into that frequency so well that we are synergizing that frequency. And when we're in tune to that frequency, our entire being is vibrating with that tune of harmonics. But that tune of harmonics isn't actually coming from within us. It's just when we are so in tune with our own inspiration to find that which is in alignment with the deeper principles and presences within ourselves and our hearts. And we're able to align with things that are so in alignment with what we feel, believe, and conceptualize. That it seems like there's no divisibility, that it is of me. It's still not quite of me. I don't know if I'm articulating this well.
I understood it. I thought it was really well explained, and especially about us kind of picking things up from um, other people, and it kind of being the reflection of the individual. Because the way I rationalize it, like if I start to pick up a thought, then I can imagine why I would have that thought if I was in a certain experience, and so I go back kind of to my past and try to figure out, well, when did I have a thought that was similar to that? Can I understand what pressures the person might be having on them in their life that might be activating certain aspects of their heart or their mind or their gut? Is it a flee or fight or flee type response? Where's the direction of that consciousness and everything going? And then once I can kind of recognize that thought, then I can um, let it go or understand what it might be coming from. Or I also try to look for um, where is the pattern of that thought coming, because I think people have certain thoughts before they take action, especially if they're going to take really large actions. Then it kind of ripples those thoughts, and it's almost like kind of predicting. It's not like predicting the future, but there's just certain signs that are coming. So like, for example, it was a number of months ago, I started having some like really more intrusive, darker thoughts. And they have, like, I have a certain mental pattern that I've tried to train my own mental programming. And so I have to reinforce that on kind of a daily basis and evaluate where it's going. Um, Work on like soothing and talking the mind so it doesn't get too racy and out of control, just trying to really regulate it. And I started having these darker, intrusive thoughts that were coming. I was like, man, that does not fit my normal pattern and my distinction. And I could feel it kind of affecting my nervous system. And so I noticed when I was away from a particular area, those thoughts weren't happening, and it was close by where I live. And then a couple months later, there was someone that was really nearby to me physically. Ended up they had killed themselves, and then I realized, well, it took a little while, and then those thoughts kind of all disappeared, the darker stuff, and then I realized, well, I was in the vicinity of somebody that was preparing for doing that, and that ended up happening. Then maybe that was in the field from the area that I was around. And so it's important to, I think, for me, cleanse my thought aura and make sure I know kind of where the boundaries that I try to keep up and maintain. And so if certain things are trying to penetrate through from that barrier, I can kind of recognize them and dismiss them and just let them kind of flow through. Or I place up um, the vibration type wall and make sure that, hey, am I in a good space with my positive thoughts and the way maybe I do my mantras or my prayers? Am I spending time in nature? Am I exercising physically? Is my food good? All of these small things to keep my aura type environment strong, and then that provides a defense field. And then I notice some of the lower vibrational thoughts. If I'm not maintaining my aura, then those ones can affect me at a larger level. Like when my tuning fork is a little lower than the collective tuning fork, I'm going to interact with those more. But the more I'm a little higher and positive, then the tuning fork ensures that I'm connected with other people that are having those similar thoughts, and I can see but let the lower ones disappear. And I've always been surprised too at the amount of people that share the same ideas and thoughts and everything as me. And for a while I'd be like kind of upset, like, how did that person steal my idea? Or is somebody watching, recording from my phone in my private conversations? Like, how are all of these different people having the same thoughts that I have? And then so the concept I have is, regardless of our physical space, if our tuning forks are pretty close, we're going to be interacting with that group consciousness and unconscious and sharing thoughts and ideas. So it makes it upsetting a little bit, with that personal power. If it's really suppressed, it's like, hey, I had that idea, I want to be feel like I'm the one who had it first and have some recognition. But then if I let it go and I'm like, no, we're part of a collective group, and I have to trust that individual who's running the collective, or how they reflect the two of them, that this design is for some reason and it's going to work out, and there's a higher purpose for it. I just can't be the one that is in recognition that I get all the credit. But the cool thing is, if I have those thoughts, then I can and raise my own vibration, then I can echo it and share it against everybody else that's in that. And so that's the way I get to affect the collective group and affect humanity as a whole. It's just maybe I'm not able to take a whole lot of credit for it.
Aaron, you brought up something really kind of interesting that brought up something else when you're talking about the idea that you were sort of like, you knew somebody that, killed themselves, and you had these like dark sort of thoughts. I've been like experimenting with this idea that locations can like have memories to them, that thoughts actually exist in space. So I had this weird experience one time. I think it was like at my cousin's house. He is out like on this farm, and like, I guess with me, like I'll have a lot of like random thoughts. I'll have a lot of like jokes, or maybe I'll just think of like, an ostrich or something like that. And that the image of that ostrich will come at like near like one specific tree, right? So if what I noticed was something strange happened one time is like I was walking, along, then I walk, just thinking about other things, and you just totally forget about that. But then when you walk to that location, it's like that thought of the ostrich comes back again, almost as if the thought is superimposed on the physical space where the thought was essentially received. And I'm thinking about the idea that like, locations, objects, places actually have a kind of memory to them. And that what magic probably does is you're sort of like injecting sort of these memories, these images onto physical space in some kind of extra dimensional way. So I think that's something I'm going to probably think about more today after the roundtable, because there's some theories and stuff that I need to kind of figure out with that. So that's a good place to work from.
I have an anecdotal story about this. I learned so much from this one experience. And it was after I was first having what I can consider the rending of the veils. And my third eye was opening, like gaining some kind of sense of opening. And I was walking in the mountain, as I did just about every day, because I wanted to be in nature more and more, the hunger for nature. This was in 1996. Was it 96? I think it was 96. Anyway, and it's beautiful. There's peace. There's birds. It's Newlands Forest. Newlands is beautiful. It's Kirstenbosch climbing up there. It's like you've got the most amount of flowers and bees and insects and snakes and even baboons hiding behind some of the palm trees in those days. They were in those places. There's the porcupines. You can see them in the bushes. You can sense their presence when you walk past if you find them. And I started to feel these dark feelings. And at first I was like, dark feelings. I wanted to identify with them, like dark emotions. And I stopped and I started meditating on them for a long time. And I was like, hold on. Something makes me want to walk that way. So I went with the instinct and I started walking that way. And I must have gone for about 2 or 3 kilometers in a random direction. And I ended up going into this cove. I was being drawn into this, like, I call it a cove. Like there was like bushes. This guy had found this very secret place where you couldn't really get in. It was like a little clearing inside a space, and it was off the paths. It was like in the middle of nowhere. I was like crawling through the bushes to get to this place, being drawn to it, like as if I'm being like pulled by an invisible line. And I came into this clearing, and he looked at me like almost surprised, shocked to see me. And as if we were like old friends, I sat down in front of him, smiled at him, started talking to him, and I started talking to him about spirituality. I started talking to him about life. Start talking to him about life and death. Start talking to him about the meanings, what I see and how I feel. And this guy started crying. I was crying as well. I cried often. And I was learning to ground and root this energy. It's very emotional content. And we started talking more and more. And he started shaking his head, crying uncontrollably. He took the gun out and put the gun down. He said, "Oh my God. Let me tell you something. I'd come here to kill myself. I'd come here to kill myself. And now you come and sit there and talk to me. And you know what? I don't want to kill myself anymore." And so for me, it was just such a humbling experience of like how I think, is this mine? Is this me? And so I think sometimes when we've got those dark emotions, maybe we got to go into them. This is like Indy's work, isn't it? We got to go into that shadow because maybe there's a reason why we're having these dark feelings. It's not always about us. It's a very interesting point what you bring up, because I've been in a similar situation where someone I knew committed suicide some time ago. And I tried to talk to her a few times and I hadn't been able to really connect with her. She was so like drawn into conspiracy theories and, everything, all the negative stuff in the world. And look, this is where I think like what we were saying earlier about the polarity. What Indy was saying about how we've got to be in the polarity. We've got to have both. You can't be drawn into just looking at all the things in the world that's tricky without having that positive spiritual balancing of the scales, because otherwise you will lose your footing. And I'd been thinking about her, and I'd spoken to her about her husband. Actually spoke to her husband about her about a few months, 4 months before it happened. And I was saying to him about my perceptions of what was going on with his wife. And he was also concerned. He said, "Yeah, man, I don't know what to do. It's like, it's hectic. Like, can't have conversations with her anymore. It's not her talking. She's regurgitating all the stuff she's seen in all these documentaries, and she's just constantly researching, and she's finding out more stuff. And it's getting to the point where she's disconnecting from her friends, her family, she's isolating herself." And anyway, long story short, I'd been feeling that darkness. And so I think there's something in that, that we've been taught to specify and to distinguish ourselves from each other, to specify me and to specify you, distinguish me from you. But actually, when it comes to the symbolic, we are all symbolically connected on an emotional field. And so there's something quite profound in the healing, I think. I think that when we're in the state of the symbolic, the healing happens. Maybe this is something to look at. What is healing? When does healing happen? True healing. I mean, specified is when you go to a doctor and they specifically cut out the cancer. But is that healing? Or is healing when people do shadow work and they come to terms with the emotional impulses that are actually making them create the illness, and they actually rewrite their own DNA to remove the illness symptoms because they don't need it, because they've resolved the emotional conditions that were bringing about the physicalization of the particular symptoms. What do you guys think?
Yeah, I feel like emotional conditions and even injuries, what you might think was accidental, is really the emotional body crying out and trying to show on the physical plane that there's an emotional wound that needs to be addressed. And I feel like when you just continue to address these physical things that are maladies or things that are coming up, something else will come to replace it if you're not addressing the root cause. And that root cause is usually in the emotional body, I would say. That's my take on it.
So what you were describing, I'll try to take it to the octopus analogy again. So the if the octopus would exist in more of like an astral type level, then we can't consider just the linear, just present, past, future, the linear aspect of time. We can think of it more as a cyclical. And so I would think that if somebody was going to take a very intense negative action, then the receptor would be signaling that this is already occurring in like the astral level. And it's saying, hey, in order to prevent this from occurring, I need help in the etheric. And so it would be sending out a intense signal and then letting other receptors, the tentacles, know, hey, this person needs assistance and help. And it should be drawing out the intuition of the true kind of healers of the society to go and intervene and ensure that the bad action doesn't actually occur. And the way our minds and everything have been socially conditioned by the present programming is in order to prevent that. It makes us very in fear of any of those kind of intrusive thoughts or signals, and it isolates and restricts us. Where if we existed more fluidly, then we wouldn't be so afraid of kind of each other and some of those thoughts, and being open to sharing and helping and healing, and like sharing a lot of our internal vulnerabilities and doing a lot of that shadow work, because it would just seem so natural, because we could have the reference, to the person that's going to take really bad action, and we all feel and hear that ripple, and we could feel it in our emotion and our heart beat. I think we would be really cool in tune, and we would be much more fluid interacting with each other if we acted more like that on a regular basis. And I think that also happens when somebody takes really positive action, like if they're continually working on a path and a focus to better humanity and the growth of consciousness. Well, that tentacle, same thing, it's creating an enriching environment in the astral, and so it should start to draw other tentacles into that location in order to be helpers. And I've noticed that when taking those kind of actions, you do get a little bit of like the assistance from the divine or assistance from the octopus. It starts moving the other tentacles to help you, and that's kind of where I see the magic and have a lot of experiences where it's like, wow, these connections and people came into my life at the exact right moment, and it's like we're communicating to each other across time and space, and somehow all gathered to meet in this one moment and have an event that rippled and caused some really cool things to happen. And then relating to the black magic type darker aspect that Cosmic was hinting at with the creation of magic, I think a lot of these darker practitioners, or I think there was a video someone did recently talking about one of the locations where they had a lot of Indian, Native American human sacrifices, this tribe of people, and it created a very magical and rich environment for some of the darker occultists to come and set up the Federal Reserve in that location, and using kind of some of that energy. Well, the dark side is, well, they're creating like almost a scar, and so the tentacle is getting harmed and scarred and really kind of tortured in a way. Well, that's going to draw a level of maybe like, imagine white blood cells or something coming to heal and wound, a wound in your body and all of the healing agents. But that also creates a scar too. And like, if you think of your body being injured, that darker level of magic, well, that tentacle, sooner or later, if it's scarred and beaten up enough, it's not going to be able to breathe in that life essence into that tentacle. It's going to draw it up, and then that thing's going to be a dead, and it's going to fall off. And that's kind of how I see the big fault in a lot of like the darker practices. It's like, yeah, you can get a bunch of things going, torturing and harming that thing, but it's going to be temporary, and it's going to get restricted, and you're going to have a tentacle that falls off and loses in the end to the octopus. And so I think it's also important how we construct these ideas, especially if we go into the conspiracy level world. And if you go really dark and deep down into the different things, it can be a huge egregore shadow to take on, and we have to be prepared with an appropriate map and a way to navigate these things and imagine it in a way that we can enter into those spaces and keep that auric field and that thought field strong enough to go into that darkness while still having the light inside to ensure that we don't get consumed and eaten up by it.
I think
I
that's
also
really
like to-
beautifully put. Please do carry on, Cosmic.
No, I also is interesting with your octopus analogy. I have another framework to think of egregores. I think of them in my system. I call it a Würfix. As you know, it's like basically if you think of the astral plane and you think of it like almost like, you know, a lot of people say that you can't really map out the astral plane, it's too abstract. But I think in certain circumstances, it's actually kind of useful to think of the astral plane as almost like an objective place. And the reason why I say that is because if you can kind of understand belief systems and egregores as specific territories in the dream world, in the same way, if you have like, let's say you think of like the nation of Great Britain, who, you know, back in like the 1800s was trying to sort of colonize the world. Well, what religions and egregoric belief systems are essentially trying to do is they're trying to colonize the dream world and the imagination. So if you think of something like, you know, fundamentalist Christianity, let's say you have this astral plane and every religion kind of has like their own island or continent or peninsula that they inhabit. But with every belief system, it's sort of like, you know, they're not really satisfied with the land that they have. They want more. They want to conquer. They want to have the entire world under their control. And so what a lot of these belief systems are, in a lot of ways, that when they're sort of like you're tackling people's, you know, minds and sort of like making them part of the octopus, so to speak, is really, it's kind of like you can almost conceptualize it on the astral plane as different countries trying to acquire land. So if you think of like Christianity versus Muslim, it's like they have two sectors of the dream world that they inhabit, and they want to take each other's land through force and changing people's minds. And that's why that's why they want to convert people. So it's like each person is like a new space of territory for the belief system. It's like a new, like we now have a new 20-foot plot of land that we can add to it. So that's why there's always that impetus to convert, because really it's like the more people who have power, the more people in the belief system, the stronger the god that's at the center of that. Someone, I think on Reddit, was like just simply asking a question in a cult thread. It's like, you know, can I use magic to win the lottery? And I respond, it's like, well, yeah, but you got to realize there's probably hundreds of other people who are also using magic to win the lottery. So not only would you have to use magic to win the lottery, your magic would have to be better than every other person who is also practicing magic to get that. And I think with egregores and belief systems is that, you know, silly ideas, well, if it's just by one person, there's no power behind it. But if there's thousands of people behind it, there's a lot more psychic power. There's a lot more territory that's acquired in the astral plane. So that's why I kind of like, you know, that's why I've always been fascinated by, like, you know, fantasy novels. I was reading the Wizard of Oz, and there's all the different kingdoms. There's like there's like the West, which is the yellow worlds, and there's like the North, which is the red, and like the South, or like the West is green or something like that. And I think belief systems in the astral plane are allocated in a similar fashion. So I just kind of wanted to add that to Aaron's octopus metaphor with my own.
That is a very interesting addition and perspective. I think that definitely there's a much abstraction that is happening when we're considering the astral, because it's a purely emotional situation. So there's much subjectivity involved in the way that it's conceptualized. Something that Meta Soundworks said earlier, just to take it 2 or 3 steps back, or 1 or 2 steps back. When we were talking about healing starts with speaking truth, the whole truth. It's such a fundamental thing, I think. I learned it from my father. My father used to my perception, used to be like, Dad, you can't tell people these things. You can't be that honest. Like, you just can't be that honest. He would say stuff that's like humiliating. I'd be like, how can you tell people that? Like, there's some things you should keep private. There's some things you should be open about. There was just no bloody filter. Bless my dad. He taught me that, you don't need filters. Screw filters. Filters actually prevent healing. Like, when we think of what a filter is it filters. It stops something from going through a channel. And so when you're filtering, you're stopping your chi from flowing through your channels. So when you stop filtering and you start just being who you were meant to be, channeling and resonating the frequencies of consciousness out there that you're meant to resonate with and expressing them openly, and like, screw the rest. If you don't like me, there's the door. You can F right off. I don't give a damn. You know what I mean? If you accept me, that's fine. If you don't, I don't really care. I think we've been taught to seek validation in such a powerful way. We've got to be validated by the people around us. We've got to be validated by other people's ideas. We've got to be validated. The moment we decide we don't need validation, we become completely validated. Isn't it fascinating how that works? To step out of validation, to be able to be humiliated and be accepting and happy with humiliation. I think there's this powerful connection between humility and the ability to be humiliated. And I think when we are really humble, people think the humbleness is like, oh, I'm going to talk in a small voice and I'm going to hide in the corner and I'm going to let everybody else. No, that's not humble. That's called being weak. I think humble is when you're willing to make a mistake. Humble is when you're willing to be an idiot. Humble is when there's nothing that I can do of me that's humiliating to me beyond what I can bear, because I'm ready to be humiliated, because in the process of being humiliated, we are taught humility. And I think the words say it all. What do you guys think about the humility element? And it seems like Cosmic fell off. I hope he'll be back. Because I wanted to follow up with what he was saying about the astral personality of information and the way that belief systems are coded into the astral, and the way that we conceptualize our emotions, which are like very deeply, profoundly abstract streams of information that we want to objectify. We want to name all of our emotions, don't we? We want to define it all, give it a distinguished, specified presence, when actually it's truly a profoundly symbolic thing that is multidimensional in its nature. An emotion is a multidimensional being. That's how I like to think of an emotion. And it carries so much different nuances. It's like a symbol. A symbol doesn't have a meaning. A symbol has a large possibility of addictive meanings that can all be added up. I don't know. What do you guys think?
I think it's really difficult to find like really raw, honest feedback. And it's something that is of such a rare and immense level of value. I know on my journey, at a certain level, I started to realize the people that I was interacting with, and I go through cycles and phases of that, where I needed some help and I needed some advice. I needed a little healing from the outside and to make some new connections, but I wasn't sure who I needed to interact with. And so honest feedback, receiving that kind of helps me navigate and find somebody that I can open up with and talk to, and then be able to make kind of another connection. It's kind of like the healing process we were describing earlier. Like if I'm hurting inside, and I'd also display different physical attributes of that. So I've gone through like different phases where I've been really lean, athletic. I was usually everywhere I went, I would be the most ripped and in shape person, and I got like certain feedback from being that way. And then I went through like where I was just kind of looked more like a normal person. And then I've also been through periods where I was kind of darker and more depressed, and going through things a number of years ago where I got really overweight, and I was kind of unhealthy and like drinking too much beer and everything. And so I found it surprising that people don't really say anything about that. Like I can completely change how my body looks, and like, but people don't have any feedback. Whereas I met this Indian woman who was a practitioner of Wim Hof when I went to one of his workshops, and she made a comment that always stuck with me. And she was like, well, in India, if somebody starts getting really fat, then we go and we ask them, you're getting really fat, how are you? And they want to know what is going on in your life that is causing your body to go through this transformation. Is there some sort of ailment? Is there something going on where you're not taking care of your physical body in the manner that you should? I'm here to be of service and help you. I'm going to recognize that I see that your body, is not healthy, and you've made this negative transformation. And that's so different from like the feedback that I got from everyone, where they kind of almost enjoy seeing people get unhealthy and are hurting and everything, and they kind of want to kind of stomp on you. Versus like when I've been doing really well and I'm extremely fit and everything, then people kind of like, they don't. There's only a certain number of people that want to root for you and be like, man, I'm really proud of all the work that you've done, and like be positive. It's just funny how people's responses determine, they just change with and they're just not honest with their feedback. And I just think that's something that's really, really important.
That's such a beautiful share. Thank you, brother. And it's so on point. We tend to filter far too much. I want to take a moment to welcome dear Soraya. Hello and welcome, dear Soraya. Soraya is very much in her element here because we're talking about the symbolic. The Soraya is what I would call a symbolic queen. And her whole thing is she writes beautiful poetry. She shares just about everything she shares is highly symbolic and inspiring and uplifting. If you haven't come across Soraya, she's on Telegram, Infinite Words of Love. You just put at Infinite Words of Love in the search bar and you will find her channel. And if you're ever having a down day, Soraya is your woman. Hello, dear Soraya. I hope you're near the phone. I hope you can speak now. You might be busy with your kids. How are you? Soraya will be back. I feel like a bit of a tit, but it's all good. I've got two of them. And what you were saying, I think, is so on point, dear brother. I think it makes so much sense that, we ought to be more open. We ought to be more honest. This is why children are so great, huh? If you ever want to see like the truth, like speak to a 6-year-old or 7-year-old.
I'll add. So when I was pretty I was pretty heavy. I was at lunch one time with two little boys, and I think the one of them, he was probably 3 or 4 years old. And there was this pretty obese guy that walks into the line, and he's wearing like the same type of polo color I was, and like the similar khaki pants. And so the little boy, he just points, he's like, "Hey, Aaron, that man looks like you." And then that was one of the points where I was like, man, if I really look like that, and then the kids over there pointing it out, then I really need to take some action. And that really was the most raw feedback that I got during that time. I was actually looking for some feedback because I was curious how people would interact with me. The only person that told me the truth was that little 4-year-old boy. And that's a really good point.
And it was like a kick in the chops. Something that you'll never forget, right? It's like, you gotta love it. I've got my boys like that, If I'm not on point, he's gonna give me feedback. and it's going to be direct. There's no messing around. He says, "Dad, you're looking fat." It's literally just like that. Like, what do you mean? You're looking fat, Dad. But there's definitely this reality that we're living in, of social correctness, and I think we learned it in school. You know, how to behave, that we need to all be sort of tiptoeing around the truth, not going near the truth, because generally speaking, the truth was a problem in school. If it wasn't written in a book, you don't say it. Just because you're experiencing it and looking at it and seeing it as a reality, you can't trust your own mind. I think that's what it is. We were taught not to trust our own perception, not to trust our own conception, not to trust our own integrity, not to trust our own intuition and our own inspiration and our own ability to decipher information with our own authentic integrity. And so we had to learn to become robotic. It so makes me think of David Icke's first book, The Robot Rebellion. I don't know if you remember it. He's naked on the cover. It's like from the 90s. Well, no, it might have been the 80s. But anyway, I discovered it in the 90s. Must be like 93 or something. And 92, 93. I think I'm still in school. Anyway, regardless. Definitely something that he was talking about then was how we're becoming robotic in the way that we think and in the way that we live, and that we aren't being authentic and honest. And in that book, on the cover, he's naked. And it made a big stir because he has this naked bloke on the cover of a book called The Robot Rebellion. And he was trying to sort of say something with that image, you know, basically like rip off all your crap, get all the layers off, just be who you are, be authentic, say what you think, say what you feel, you know, don't be afraid of being, and look how David Icke is being like, he has been hammered from all different directions for his ideas. Dear Soraya, welcome. There's Soraya. Can we have a few words, or is it not possible to speak now? Hello. I did introduce you. Soraya is a wonderful poetess, and maybe we'll hear a few words from her. Next time. Soon. She's a bit preoccupied at the moment. So I know there's a delay between the YouTube coming through. For some reason, there's this powerful delay when it comes to the YouTube. Interesting how it works. But bringing us back to the subject at hand, children. Children are living in a symbolic state, I think. I think children are, their consciousness, they do not really go into the distinguished specified mode so often. I think they are in a deep emotional state. I think there's so much to be said about being in a symbolic state. And by symbolic, I mean that we aren't specifying information and belief systems and ideologies in our head. A symbol has many meanings. A symbol has many inferences. So any piece of information cannot be judged black or white, because it can't, because it's got so many different aspects to it and so many different meanings and so many different. So when we start to enter into that symbolic state, we automatically aren't able to judge. I think that's an interesting question. Judgment. When did we start judging? And how central is the role of judgment in our movement away from being able to use the symbolic aspect of consciousness into the specified dimension, and sort of losing our own ability to bring information from the deep depths of ourselves into being?
I feel like judgment is a result of the delusion of separation from the ego. The idea that not only are we separate,
but that we can judge people based on a snap judgment of one action we saw them do when we don't know their whole story. And so a lot of people don't really consider this, but when you really think about it, what we're really judging has more to do with what resonates in our hearts of our own shame and guilt and humiliation and fear than what we know about that person and their life and the decisions that they're making. So I think in our minds, when we judge someone else, we're really thinking to ourselves, I wouldn't do that if I was you. And if people put it like that, it's a lot different. But if they say you really shouldn't have done that, it's a very different situation. And so I feel like you can't really judge other people if you are able to transcend being driven by the ego. It doesn't really behoove you to judge others unless, it's for practical reasons, like you want to use discernment. It's not necessarily judgment, but you want to use discernment as to whether somebody is like somebody that's going to resonate with you, be safe to be around and such, for example. But it's good to have discernment, at least if you're not going to judge.
We just had Aaron leaving. He's jumped off. He's going to be listening in. He's on his way to do things. He's got a list of responsibilities. We've got Dr. K coming in some point. What happened to Dr. K? Oh, that's right. He said he would be in the last 2 hours. So he'll be getting in sometime now, over the next 20 minutes. So yeah, I definitely think there's a lot to be said there with that, to unpack that, the whole judging situation. Because we've been judged since, you see, I think it's like this. If we're continually being judged, then we're more likely to judge, right? So we go to school and we're being judged by our teachers. You're good at this. You're not good at that. You're not good enough. That's not good enough. This is good. That was really good. You get a gold star. So teachers play the role of a judge. And so we're surrounded by teachers that are judging us in one way or another consistently. India, I don't think that thing's fat enough. No, man, that you can't carry on a little midget thing. You guys are wall climbing, man. Look at that's a fatty. That's like a real fatty. But yeah, I think there's definitely a lot to be said about
I wanted to make
not judging.
There's a Confucian proverb that you can change in yourself what you dislike in others. And my father taught me that when I was young. And I started to really see the wisdom in that over the years as I've started to really ponder it and go through different modalities of study in spirituality, mysticism, and healing. And I really feel like, when we judge another person, it's really giving our power away. And we could really behoove ourselves to look back on ourselves first. And in Christianity, they say, take the beam out of your eye before you judge another, or something to that effect. And I'm paraphrasing, of course. But I think that principle is prominent in a lot of different schools of thought in religion, spirituality, mysticism, and such. That, we can only really control ourselves, and we have mastery over ourselves. And if we judge others, we're really losing a chance for self-mastery. I think that's one take you can have on it.
I see you back with us, Cosmic. Did
Yep.
you go and enjoy your lunch or whatever?
Yeah, I just had some food. Good to go.
I figured. So, what do you think? What is the phase perspective on all this perpetual judgment? Us humans, I mean, we're bloody good. We judge everybody. We judge ourselves. We judge each other. We judge.
I mean, the Fae can be judgmental themselves at times. They're a lot like us in a lot of ways. But yeah, I think what you said was really on point about the idea that the reason we judge is because we've been judged ourselves. We sort of pass that down, because it's almost like, it's judgment is definitely something that, I think I've definitely struggled with, in my life. I always try to be, as non-judgmental as possible, One thing I was thinking about the other day, and I think one of the things I can kind of get judgmental with is maybe I'll get like into a philosophical argument with somebody. And I think I realized it was sort of this idea that you got to, when you talk to somebody who has a certain perspective, never go into the conversation expecting to change the other person's mind. Because I think what ego wants us to do is they want other people to basically like conform to our thoughts and our worldview and the way we think, instead of just saying like, you know what, that's like, I think also too, when you really have confidence and faith in your own beliefs and your own path, you don't have to like invalidate other paths that sort of threaten yours. Because I think when it comes to judgment, the reason we judge people is because we feel afraid, we feel threatened. We kind of feel like if we don't judge, they're going to judge us. So there's that kind of that cyclical sort of inward spiral aspect to it. So yeah, I think that's kind of like you have to sort of realize like when it comes to judgment. I think the other thing that comes to judgment when it comes to people, because I think there's the moral kind of grandstanding judgment. Oh, it's like, oh, they should do this, or they need to act this way, or they need to have this spiritual perspective. I think it's always the other thing you should always realize is don't assume you know what's best for the other person. Because I think that, like I'm not a fan of atheism, but I know there's certain people in my life that I met, like that's what works for them. They just have the temperament and the kind of the way their consciousness is structured. That's just what fits best for them. So this is kind of why I like the idea that it's like, if you think about the idea of having like different types of souls, and I think like a fun question to ask yourself is, if you right now dropped your body and you became a non-physical being and you try to talk to human beings through their dreams or magical rituals, what archetypes would they project onto you to try to see you? Because there's always this idea that we kind of like when we do with an angel or a demon, we project certain images and archetypes onto them. But the interesting question is, if you're non-physical, what archetypes do you think people would project onto you? So I don't know. I kind of got off on a tangent there, but yeah, I think it's just like, I think overall, I guess what the Fae would say when it comes to judgment is that you need to, they're big. I guess this is my philosophy too, is this big emphasis on the mystery and really telling yourself that you really just do not have a clue what reality is or what's going on. And I think when you go from that perspective, when you say like, I don't know, this is all a mystery, not only does it give you a lot more humility, but it gives you more patience with other people, because it's like, hey, they don't know either. But I think when you start to really think that you know and you have all the answers and you have everything figured out, those are always the least patient people. Those are always the most aggressive. They're the most confrontational. They're the most proselytizing when it comes to their beliefs, because they don't have that humility. Oh, this is my belief. This is the truth. I know that this is the truth. It's like, no, you don't. Like, that's kind of like what the Fae have been kind of like, their vibe is like, look, Cosmic, we don't know. We're these higher dimensional beings, but we don't know what the frig reality is going on with reality. So how can these humans have it figured out? Because I think when it comes to intelligence and the humility that comes with intelligence, it's knowing what you don't know. That's what keeps you humble, is the awareness that there are unknowns in the universe that you still need to ponder and still need to explore. And I think when it comes to judgment, the most judgmental people I find are the ones who think they have everything figured out, who think they have all the answers. I know when we die, that's it. It's lights out. There is no afterlife. And I'm assertive of this. I know there is no God. I know that homosexuality is evil. And I just know this with every fiber of my being, and you can't change my mind. And like, those are always the most judgmental people, who have that intense over certainty. Whereas I think, if you think about why childhood is so happy, why it's so full of mystique and wonder, is because life is so much more of a mystery when you're a child. You're just kind of plopped into this world, and you're like, what the heck is all of this? I remember like having memories when I was younger of like first seeing the globe, and I'm like, oh, that's where we live. But before that, you had no concept that you lived on a globe. You're just in some kind of dream world, and you're like, I'm just like, where am I? So I think that in that case, like mystery, and I distinguish mystery from uncertainty, because uncertainty is a kind of like, is kind of the negative side of the mystery, where you're just like, I don't know, and you're kind of like, you feel sort of limited by what you don't know. But the Fae have been kind of trying to teach me to be sort of like empowerment through the unknown, empowerment through mystery, and having that, because with mystery, there's truly this boundless sense of possibilities and thoughts. Whereas when you don't, that's the one thing about these religions and these controlling belief systems. One theme that they always have in common, whether it comes to any kind of religion, any kind of like scientific materialism, or just any kind of really limited dogmatic philosophy, is a negative attitude towards mystery, is a negative attitude towards the unknown and the mysterious. It's like all these belief systems that, I think that's one of the things about when we're calling about the symbolic to the specified, is we want to feel like we know everything, that we have everything figured out. It's like, nope, all the mysteries are solved. We got it. We're so brilliant. We know what's going on. We know, we have the science, we have the tools, we have everything figured out. Whereas I think that to be non-judgmental is to sort of like admit to yourself, I don't know. I don't know what this world is. And I'm just here exploring it and trying to figure it out piece by piece.
Yeah, I think you did a bit of a mic drop there. In you know, only people that think they know everything judge, because you can't judge unless you know. And like when we realize how fickle knowledge, or the how fickle the appearance of knowledge can be, how it seems to be that we know things that believe we've understood, that we've considered to believe as true and as fundamental. And when we really look at things, there's always the other side. There is always the devil's advocate. Anything that we think we know, we can always look at it upside down and go, it's also like that. You know, truth is like a many-sided gem that's been so intricately cut that the slightest movement causes the light to refract off different surfaces, producing this kaleidoscopic effect of appearance. And so I think that like you've really like mic dropped that, you know, that it's so easy and fundamental to consider that we know something. And most arguments that we see, except for when there's arguments over real issues, because sometimes arguments are about real things, but very often, most arguments are about nonsense. This person believes this, that person believes that, and now they're at odds with each other. You know, for example, you'll see people having arguments about Israel and Palestine. I'm throwing this out there. I must be careful. Probably mentioning those words gets us struck from YouTube. But just as an example, you know, because I was watching this channel the other day. I was on TikTok, I was trying to figure out TikTok, and I was going live, and suddenly this thing popped up, and I couldn't resist. And I was like, look at these people. And they were obviously, you know, people in Israel, and they were telling their side of the story. And I was like, no. I was getting outraged. I was like, outraged. This is not allowed. You guys can't talk nonsense. And I had to stop myself and go, hold on. You know, there's probably some element of truth to what they're saying, even if I don't want to look at it. I mean, it doesn't make what's happening okay. It doesn't make the fact that they're not allowing food into the country all right. It doesn't make it okay for them to starve the people in the country by blockading the place and keeping them isolated. That's totally unacceptable. But yeah, it's so easy to want to judge, huh? Like the moment we think we know something. So true. I think another part of the story, if I can get back to the children dynamic here for a moment, I think there's something quite important in conceptualizing this, because when we look at the way in which we're educated, and we look at the way in which children have basically been sort of forced into being, what's the word, molded into this capitalistic engine of financial exchange, which is what we've become. We've become financial exchanges in life. And so money seems to rule most of our lives. And money is a very specific thing. It's very specified. You've got that much money and you can buy X amount with that much money. There's nothing figurative in it. There's no symbolic understanding of how you're either getting money or you're not getting money. There's nothing symbolic there. I mean, the money itself is highly symbolic, which is interesting. But they've trained us to be so specific in our notions of life, to the point where we are now judging ourselves according to money. And many people judge each other according to finances, which is a very sad reality. I mean, classism is bad. Classism is a terrible thing. But classism seems to have been replaced by financial classism. You know, people look at other people and go, what clothes are you wearing? What car are you driving? How much money have you got? And people make a judgment based on that. Like I live in a little bit of a nice area, so people see me coming out of my house, and I get the feeling of them judging me in that way, you know. And it's just very weird, you know. Because I've lived in all different sorts of places. I've lived like in caves, and then I've been judged for living in a cave. Look at that, he's a caveman. He's a modern caveman. And so it's just very interesting how this, I can almost call it, and I think Cosmic, you're probably going to resonate with this. It's like an emotional blanket that people put over you when they see you, based upon, I don't know, the clothes you're wearing, you know, cars you're driving, or where you're living, or there's just so many different elements related to this financial reality, like what phone you're using or whatever, you know, that people put this feeling over you, and it's sort of, you can feel it as a visceral experience. What do you think, Cosmic? I think you're on the same frequency. I think you understand what I'm talking about. It's such an emotionally subtle exchange between people, but it's sort of like you've got that where your senses change what they pick up, your visual and your auditory, and right, these visual senses become twisted up. But there's something similar to that experience of a synesthesia when we are close to someone and their thoughts are on us, and it's like we almost start to feel like we're them in a way. What do you think about that?
Well, I was thinking just now about Rupert Sheldrake's his experiments of the sense of being stared at, where he had a really cool idea for experiments. So what he did was he would take a person, they would be sitting in a chair, and there would be a person who was like, you know, in some other room next door, and sometimes they would be staring and sometimes would not, and the person would have to guess, and usually would be right like 1 out of 2 times. But you know, it was statistically, what's interesting is that, you know, obviously it was more above random chance when he tested this up. So there's definitely this effect. But I think in a lot of ways, like, I get what you're saying with the judgment. And I think that's only been further amplified by the internet. And one of the things I know with the internet is with like meme culture is that when someone insults you now, instead of saying a negative word, they'll associate you with an image. Like it'll be some like really kind of like, you know, ugly, like dorky kind of like, there's like these meme images called, like, I think they're like Wojaks or something like that, where it's like, if I can like distill who you are into some like cartoon character, I can basically kind of like simplify. That's like a form of like magical manipulation where it's like, I'm going to bind you to this image that I have created. So that is how you will then be defined. It's kind of like where King Solomon would summon the goetic demons into the I think it was the triangle, and sort of like and it kind of traps them in the triangle. And I think with like words, like when people like say something or staring at people, or something like or the more modern example with like memes and videos and other imageries, is that we're sort of taking people and we're sort of like binding them to our sort of our magical triangles to kind of keep them in place so that we can kind of like whip and control them. Because that was the idea with like the Goetia magic, is that you take the spirit, you sit in your protective circle, and then you bind the spirit to the triangle so you can give him orders, and you can ask him to sort of them to do your bidding, and sort of like using God as a sort of a way to kind of like keep their authority in check. And I think that when it comes to sort of people, that judgment is, and in some way, perhaps it's a form of control. It's like you have a certain way that you want the universe to conform to. Oh, actually, you know what? This leads me to a perfect example. I'm thinking about like religion, and there's somebody who like some conservative person who's like very prim and proper, and they wear nice clothing, and then they see some like some like hippie with like long flowing hair and a bunch of crazy clothes. And I think the reason there is that sense of judgment, because it's almost like it's a kink in their universe. It's like, wait a minute, this person contradicts my reality. This person contradicts the way I see things. So in a way, it's almost like it's a kind of an existential threat, in the sense that like, wait a minute, somebody else is, wait, there's a different path? No. There's only one path to living life. This person, they're following the devil. They're out with the birds, So I think that's another aspect of that judgment. So it's like when we judge people, it's almost like we're taking the authority of God and sort of forcing people to submit to our way of thinking and our worldview, because that's a lot of what it is. I think the other aspect of judgment is control. Is that I'm going to judge you because I want you to be a certain way that I have decided that is proper, and I want to control you. So I'm going to judge you and judge you and break you down so that I can mold you into what I want you to be. So I think when you feel that sense of judgment from other people, that I think is what's happening in that particular instance.
I think there's a lot of that. And Meta Soundworks was also sort of getting at that sort of angle. I just want to put this chocolate outside in a second because it's going to saltpeter up my room. But there's definitely this insecurity that causes us to want to play judgment, like we need to bind people in a circle or something. And the thing is, though, you lose energy when you judge. That's what I've noticed. Like when people judge me, it's like they're giving me their power. I've noticed that. It's very interesting. It's very weird how that works. It's like I've realized that people have got to be careful when they judge. I've realized how careful I've got to be, because people think they're judging me, but I'm like getting their power. And that's like a real occult substance. It's like I say, there's that blanket over your aura. Like you literally, if you don't fall victim to their judgment, you take their power. You can't help doing it, because it's like martial arts. Use that as a metaphor. If somebody comes and tries to push you over and you don't fall over, but instead of falling over, you rotate and you decide to allow their power to carry them, but you rotate through their power, you're actually probably going to throw them on the floor. You're going to have the power over them because they came at you. That's sort of like on an energetic level, emotionally, what's happening. When people come at you with a judgment, if you don't fall for it, they've put themselves in a prone situation emotionally to fall. somehow, which is very interesting how, by bringing ourselves up, we put ourselves down. And by putting ourselves down, we bring ourselves up. So if we're not in a hurry to be aggressive with our thoughts and our feelings towards other people, then we're in a very secure and very powerful position, which is an interesting concept because we don't normally equate being judgmental to a loss of power, and being judged by other people as an accumulation of power potentially, which is a weird concept because it's sort of like the adversity of being judged makes us really strong. We get a really thick skin. It's like it bounces off us. It's like we become bulletproof. Sort of like I was bullied a lot when I was a kid at a certain phase. My new school, I hospitalized a kid with a punch. I was 9 years old, 10 years old, 9 years old when it happened. And I was going to get expelled. And I had to promise the headmaster that I'll never, ever hit anybody in that school again. And I swore an oath in front of my mom. And so, like, even as a kid, like, if I swore an oath, I kept an oath. So like basically 15, 20 kids realized that they were all scared of me because they all realized that, like, if I were to hit any of them, I would hospitalize them. It would be a one-punch story. That'd be you go to hospital, but you're getting stitches, you need a brain scan. It's like a whole story for you. So they were all a little wary of me, but I was this tiny little kid, but I was trained by a professional fighter when I was a boy. So they used to, like, attack me in groups of 10 and 20. And I used to innately do iron shirt kung fu. They hadn't been trained in it in this life, but I could focus my will around my body to make my body impervious to being hurt. And it made me really, 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 really strong and really tough. So when I went to high school and left that junior school, I was like, the idea of getting into a fight with 4 or 5 guys I was totally okay with that. Come at me with all you've got. I'm going to put you all down. You're going to bounce off of me, and I'm not going to bounce off you, kind of thing. So it made me really, really staunchly strong and tough, so that I was so much tougher than my peers. It was ridiculous. And so there's something to be said about the tempering of the temperamental strength that it takes to resisting judgment, to inspiring a sense of integrity, authenticity, and being so stable within who you are that doesn't matter what people think or say, because it just doesn't matter. It's irrelevant. And I think that's like really something that I think it's something we should all be striving towards in some way, to get to the point where what other people say can't harm us. Because, like you say, there are a lot of insecure people in the world, and insecure people can react in quite a toxically harmful way towards people that aren't following the same narrative line, the narrow road that's been laid out for them by, societal dogmatism and the structured way of thinking and the indoctrination of this age, if we can call it that. So that there's, what do you guys think about that? Becoming strong in being judged, and it teaching us that we mustn't judge. Sort of like, learning that you mustn't push people around because, like, you don't know who you're messing with. If that makes any sense.
I think it's also probably helpful to realize, when people judge you, they often are not really judging you. They're judging this sort of mental, they're judging who they think you are. And usually that's just sort of like an image. And oftentimes you almost have to realize it's like, maybe they're not really even judging you at all. They're judging like a phantasm in their head. And you're just sort of like, you just sort of symbolically remind them of that deeper anger, that deeper trauma that they have. I think there's that old saying, hurt people hurt people. And the sad truth is that, you know, when you're somebody who's been really hurt, then you have a lot of knowledge on how to harm others, how to manipulate others. And I think one of the worst form of manipulation or just like hurting others is gaslighting, where you distort someone's view of reality, or you try to make them, or they try to make you think like you're the bully or you're the antagonizer, when all you might have done is just simply raised a question. So I think that one of the armors that we can have against judgment is, especially if it's, I mean, unless it's somebody who like maybe really knows you really well, and even then it's kind of suspect, but just understanding that they don't know who you really are, they think they know who you are, but, like I said before, empowerment and mystery. And it's not just that the universe is mystery, but that we ourselves, that our souls are born from mystery. That was one of the things Sliz was kind of like telling me about, like the idea that it's in a sense that because the origin of our soul is unknown, because it's unknowable, that's actually what makes us eternal. I thought that was kind of an interesting line of inquiry. Sliz, by the way, is the name of one of the fays that I talked to. She's the one who primarily teaches me a lot of the magic stuff.
No, over here on Hillside.
Give me 1 second. You guys can hear me, yeah?
Yeah,
I need to unplug a couple of plugs. I've got 2 broadbands running, and my batteries are going to run flat because we've got no electricity, so running on batteries. So I'm just going to go and adjust, and it'll take me like 20 seconds.
Dead air here. I don't know. I guess if I can kind of like, continue with this line of thought in regards to, I think, what Bush Whisperer said before about just sort of learning to sort of like build up a kind of endurance to it. I guess when it comes to like judgment, I guess it also be kind of like building muscles. You kind of like, the more you build them, you kind of tear them only to kind of regrow again. What doesn't kill you, makes you stronger. Rise of the Phoenix, yada, yada, yada. I don't know. I'm thinking about, I don't know. I'm just trying to fill dead air here. Indy, if you have anything to add.
Yeah, I wanted to ask you guys if you ever had the experience of like the feeling of being watched, or being able to like see someone else's mind. I wanted to get some testimony and experience I had one time. I was dating a girl from Latin America, and I had a back spasm, and she said that she knew a way that she could switch minds and take away the melody. And I was like skeptical, because I was like, I'm daring, so I was like, let's go for it. I want to see what you're talking about. But when she did it, it was startling. I had her feelings and her thoughts, and it was just so strange. And I didn't realize, but my back pain was gone. And then we switched back. But I don't really get the feeling like I'm being watched so much, and I don't really get the feeling of like bad vibes from people so much, but I know a lot of women do. And I feel like it's more of a fear-based thing. I feel like I don't have a healthy amount of anxiety and fear, so I'm missing out on those cues that I should be getting. What do you guys think? Do you feel keen on those? Do you notice that kind of thing?
I find it's the opposite. I get concerned when people look at me like, people look at me coming out of my home and they think, oh, that guy must be loaded. He must be rich, or he must be this, or he must be that. And they almost think like, oh, he must be like cool, or I don't know what it is. Do you understand what I mean? It's like and then my ego wants to engage, like, and I prefer it when people look down on me. I can deal with that better. Like I'm much better equipped at like, yeah, well, I don't give a shit what you think. But when people are like in their minds grassing me up in a, or you know, I don't know. I hope that's sensible when I'm making sense. But yeah, I find that when I get looked at, like for example, young people, they look at me and they say, "Hey, Irie brother, Rasta," and they like I'm so cool to the teenagers and to the young people because they're like they want to come and smash fist pump me and it's I enjoy it. I enjoy the positive attention. But then I feel like, yeah, I'm cool. I'm cool. And then I've got to remind myself, I'm not bloody cool.
So it kind of makes you feel awkward in a sense if people look up to you.
And it's normally the young people.
Yeah, I think I kind of get that too, what you're talking about. But I think for me, it's more like I always get worried when people agree with me too much. And it's like, you know, when you're around someone and you say something, you're shipping, they're like, oh my God, like, you're so right. This is so the truth. And you're like, wait a minute, I don't know if this is a good idea or not. And you're just following this idea simply because I said it. It's like, that to me is kind of like what worries me more when you're like, when you got people who are just sort of like following your words and your whims and you don't even know if these are good ideas or not. And you're like, am I like giving these people good advice or am I full of shit, you know? So yeah, I like frankincense. Do you like frankincense because that's your name, Frank?
No, well, it's oh my gosh, I can write a book about frankincense. I've been using it for about 3.5 decades. And then there's storax. I love storax too. Storax, frankincense, myrrh. Lately, I've been really getting into this why can't I think of the name of it now? The stuff from South America, copal. I've got a really beautiful golden copal from South America. They've all got very similar ingredients in them. There's similar smells. The copal's got more of a floral, pineapple-y terpene profile, but they definitely have a powerful effect on the consciousness, on the mood. You see, smell is the only sense that isn't recoded by the thalamus. All of the sensory information from the mental sense of the emotional inner sense, sound, sight, taste, touch, they are all put through the thalamus, and the thalamus changes the language coding. Henry, I'm coming now. Wait, darling. Little doggy at the door carrying on. Changes the language from one language to another so that the cerebral cortex is able to transmit the information to the parietal lobes where reality is created, but smell bypasses that. So when you've got particular smells, I don't know, like I can't really put it into words so easily, but it brings back memories from past lives. It makes it easier to engage with the Akashic field, even though smell is the Muladhara root chakra. So it's the rooting chakra that roots us and grounds us. It's very grounding to open your smell senses because animals are using their smell predominantly, many animals. So they operate with their smell as their main sort of, and it gives you a very grounding sense around people because you can smell their energy. And you can smell when people are full of crap because they literally smell like shite. So frankincense for me is just, if you're not using it, those of you that aren't using it, really start using it. Storax is really lovely. Storax is a little bit intense. It's very mystical. Storax is maybe even more of a mystical. They use a lot of storax in India. I call it loban. It's maybe more popular than frankincense because India is a very mystical place. But yeah, using these and Gopal as well. Gopal is very uplifting. It's even more uplifting than frankincense. And frankincense is like a middle line, baseline between uplifting and between mystical. And the storax is very much mystical. Like it will inspire your dreams, it will inspire inner visions and sensitivity to energies and such things on a very mental level. The frankincense will put you in tune with pranic vibrations and your sense of touch, being able to literally feel the energy flowing through your meridians. And the Gopal seems to inspire emotional frequencies of vibrations through the Visuddhi chakra. So it's very opening, I suppose, to occult forces. I would say that Gopal probably resonates with Hermetic practices very much, interestingly enough. Anyway, there's a big chapter.
Yeah, I like the smell of frankincense a lot. As a really interesting smell. It's interesting when you mentioned storax because in my mind, I have no visual in my mind. No, I've never seen storax before, so I immediately think thorax. So the image that comes to my mind is this big black beetle, like a big rhinoceros beetle. And it's interesting how the imagination works like that. But you really, I think when you brought up scent here, the sense of smell, and I think it actually is very relevant to the topic for today, because one of the things like I notice when I'm really anxious and I'm really in my head, one way I know I'm really like not in my head is that I notice smells. When I'm in my head and I'm intellectualizing, overanalyzing thing, like smells seem almost non-existent. Like I'm not noticing scents or like the smell of the flowers around me or the trees or the water. And when you're in your head, you don't really notice smells. I think that's a very kind of interesting thing. And I think it goes back to the kind of the materialism, I think that's another element to the conditioning is a sort of a separation from our somatic experience. And there's nothing really more somatic than smell. It's this automatic, visceral, experience. For me, it's very colored. But I think that it's something that I've kind of noticed that, when I'm anxious or I'm in my head or I'm worried about something, and then when I'm in a good mood and I realize like, oh, wait a minute, I notice the smells around me. It's almost like they just come out of nowhere. They just sort of waft in like a fog from, some cloud or whatever. But so I think that when it comes to embodiment, I think there is, a very crucial aspect to smell. And I think it kind of goes back to the whole idea that I was talking about earlier about consciousness being something that's uniform throughout the body instead of something that's just this mental abstraction in your brain. And so I think that when it comes to like the conditioning that we have and thinking in this very intellectual, abstract way, it's literally altering the way we perceive reality, because it's like there's a whole dimension of reality that's been sort of severed. I don't know if you guys have had a similar experience like that when you notice that maybe it's just me, maybe it's different for you guys, but I just noticed that I can tell what mood I'm in depending on how much I notice the smells around me.
Absolutely. And it's also like that's what I mean by grounding. Because when you start to smell, you're in reality. You're not, somewhere else. And it also gives you the ability to travel, in a sense, emotionally. This is what I've noticed. Like when we smell, we travel emotionally, which is like an interesting concept. It's like you bypass the logical apparatus of the mind and go straight into some deep animalistic state, which is just informative, in its own way, which is probably why the memories respond so powerfully to smells, So when we are smelling, we're more intelligent. Well, this is what I'm getting at, because your memory is better. Because you're less in your head, you're able to use your brain better. You're able to think more clearly. This is why Muladhara chakra, the root chakra, is resonating with knowledge, resonating with understanding the laws of the universe. Everybody wants to get out of the root chakra and go and open the higher chakras. Well, don't you want to know how the universe works? There's the reason why we're here. The reason why we've taken physical incarnation is because this is where we can figure things out. And so I think the smell center, as it relates to the root chakra, and also there's the aphrodisiac quality. Because when we open our smell center, we become sensuous. I don't know if you, we're going right out here. I feel a little bit woman-like when I'm opening my smell centers. That woman inside of my man, that feminine in me becomes active. And I feel all like sensuous in my body. My whole body, I feel so sensuous. And I love feeling sensuous in my body. I love feeling my skin, all of my skin everywhere. I love feeling all of the tendons running through. And I love feeling the blood inside my body flowing around and becoming aware of like little impulses running through all of my nerves and, feeling the vibrations of certain hormones, concentrations in different parts of my body. If you smell can teach you that, how to become really sensitive to what's happening in your physical body and what's happening around you, what's happening in other people's bodies too. That's another whole interesting point, because we can smell it literally on an energetic level. Here's an interesting point. I was explaining to my boy a little while ago, and it horrified him. I was explaining to him that I was complaining because the dogs were farting, and I was like, I don't like being around the dogs when they're farting. And he said, well, why not? And I explained to him that there are tiny little bits of poo-poo coming out of the dog's gut, floating in the air, microscopic pieces of poo-poo, lots of tiny pieces of poo-poo. And they're settling on my nose, on the little hairs inside my nose. And so my hairs are starting to vibrate differently because of the quality of the vibrating of the poo-poo on my nose. So my nose is getting lined with dog poo-poo when I'm smelling dog farts. It horrified him. But I think we're shedding bits of our DNA. We don't know we're doing it, but we're doing it all the time. We're shedding when we breathe. We're shedding bits of our DNA out of our lungs. When we move, we're shedding bits of DNA off our skin. And so other people's DNA is coming to sort of land on your nose. And so there's a very subtle interaction with that DNA resonant frequency and in your nose that you can actually tune into their vibrational frequencies through the smell. I don't know if that makes sense to you.
It makes perfect sense. And I was kind of thinking, this is a thought I've been thinking about in regards to smell, because you bring up aphrodisiacs. And I think about what's fascinating about perfume and certain smells is that a lot of these products that we use to sort of smell more attractive is usually flowers, like usually your rose, your different kind of flowered scented like herbs and stuff. And I think that's interesting because if you think what the flower is, it's essentially the sexual organ of the plant, and then we're using that to attract other people. So that's kind of like why I think that that's another example of how we're kind of interconnected with nature. It's almost like, in a way, it's almost like flowers exist. It's like it's an aphrodisiac. It's like Mother Nature. It's like, okay, humans, it's time to reproduce. I'm going to get you nice and horny now so that you're willing to do that. And so I think that's kind of interesting.
We literally speak about the birds and the bees. Apparently we do, when we explain to kids what sexuality is all about. And people don't recognize how relevant that actually is. I remember as children were like, what's all this nonsense about the birds and the bees? Like, there's nothing to do with birds and bees. It's copulation. It's a man inside a woman. But like you say, it suddenly sheds a lot of light on why we've been telling kids about the birds and the bees for so long. Because the smells of the flowers is what attracts the birds and the bees, right? And makes them produce, makes them plentiful. I think there's some real insight and wisdom to be gained from what you said about the flowers being sex organs. Basically, when you're smelling flowers, basically you're like a peeping tom.
Well,
If
I
you're
also
smelling
think
flowers,
that,
you're a peeping tom.
I think of it, it's almost as if another thing to think of, that when we feel sexually aroused, you're not just feeling your own sexual arousal, you're feeling the urge of the entire biosphere to reproduce. You're feeling the horniness of the earth itself sort of manifesting through you. Because I always thought to myself, it's like, okay, you need to eat, otherwise you're going to die. You need to drink water, otherwise you're going to die. You need to sleep, otherwise you're going to die. You're not going to die if you don't have sex. And yet there's still that same sense of urgency, that same sense of panic that one doesn't have when someone doesn't have a mate. It's the same kind of fear as when somebody doesn't have food or doesn't have enough water to drink and they might starve to death. And I think to myself, like, well, you could make the argument that maybe, somebody like, the reason we reproduce is to, so we have offspring. But the thing is, it's not like it's like a guarantee that if you don't reproduce that you're going to die or something is going to happen to you individually. However, if no one reproduces, then the entire human species dies off. So it's kind of like when you're feeling that sense of urge, you're feeling a collective urge of sort of the biosphere sort of like emanating through you. And in a lot of ways, when I bring up the flower thing, like that's one of the mechanisms in which that sort of energy is facilitated in nature. So, yeah.
So we've gone deep into the symbolic here, profoundly deep into the symbolic. And this is something that's been lost, I think. Because what we're talking about is, like, from my perspective, a highly symbolic reality that we're living in, that the flowers that we use for our perfume symbolically represent sex because they're actually having sex. That's why they smell so damn good. That's what the terpene's all about. It's very interesting how the symbolic merges with the specific and the specified. And I think that this is one of the reasons why we've been trained to be so specified and specific, is because the powers that be don't want us to consider the symbolic so deeply. Because if we do, we'll start recognizing, like what we're talking about with flowers, and we will extrapolate to the point where we recognize and realize we don't need bosses. We don't need leaders. That there are cultures that have existed in rainforests where there's hundreds of thousands of people and they exist in peace and they cooperate with different villages. They don't have rules, they don't have elders, they don't have bosses, they don't have any systemic nonsense. They are all able to follow their own inner direction. But their own inner direction, when it's unperturbed and unmanipulated, tends to be quite jovial and wanting to help, which is interesting. I think it's our human instinct. You see it in animals. Animals will help each other rather than harm each other, as a general rule. And you see it all the time, in the wild. Like, an animal will help another animal if an animal's stuck and that animal can help them. There's nothing in it for that animal. It's just an instinct. Like, there seems to be compassion, seems to be written into life, is what I mean. But I don't believe that we've just lost our compassion. I think it's sort of, this obsession with money, this obsession with our agency being related to quantity and quantification. And so we lose sight of the qualities and focus on the quantities, what we've got, what we can get. And so we build this world around us that's just totally reliant upon quantity. And so quality doesn't matter that much. Quality of workmanship is not fundamental like it used to be in the old days. It's quantity, you know? How much whack for your buck can you get? That's the bottom line people are looking for. Where in the old days, it was like you wanted to have a pair of shoes made by a person who made it by hand because the quality mattered. The knowledge was that that pair of shoes is going to be made in such a way that it can be repaired. So it will last longer. So you won't have to replace the shoes. Now we're quantity. Can you get a pair of shoes fairly cheaply? Wear them out, get a new pair of shoes, wear them out, get a new pair of shoes. That's how we've been trained to operate. That's how we've been trained to think and to do. And it's like it relates to every different aspect of our lives. You know, we can't quantify. And I think that quantification has basically put us in this quagmire of obsessive rationalism, which has caused us to become so obsessively materialistic and left us in this philosophical worldview of materialism as the only dominant option, really. And I do believe that smell is one of the fastest ways to undo that. Interesting. So this is why incense has always been used in every religion, in every spiritual tradition. Burning the incense, and like obviously frankincense, it's where the word incense comes from, because it was one of the oldest ones used, and it was the most abundantly one used. I mean, frankincense grows in North Africa, Central Africa, Greece, Europe, Central Asia, Middle East, Far East, China, India. I bet you it grows in Australia. So it's quite a universal tree, you know, the Boswellia tree. And so you can see why it was used universally as incense, because it's got all the right terpenes, it's got all the right chemicals. I don't know if you know this. Did you follow an article that I posted a long time ago, which was I wrote an article and then I linked into it a scientific paper where they had actually done the research on frankincense and myrrh and how pharmaceutical corporations were actually trying to extract certain substances from the frankincense and myrrh to turn it into drugs. I don't know if you remember that.
I think I remember you mentioning something about frankincense having a kind of what's the word? It's like a sort of a mental psychological effect.
It's enhanced, according to the research, it's enhanced when it's mixed with myrrh. And it actually changes the way your brain works, changes the way the endocannabinoid system operates as the buffer between the neurological systems and the hormonal systems. And in that process, it actually has effects on physiology. So it produces a more rhythmic heartbeat that actually slows ever so little bit. It pulls it back towards not beating so fast, but it gets a good rhythm, good rhythmic heartbeat. So, and obviously that is a measure of how solidly grounded you are and in tune with your physical body, because having a good rhythmic heartbeat is key to having a good rhythm of mind and of thoughts. And the emotions and the thoughts are able to revolve through and around each other, producing a synergy of balance between those two aspects that we were talking about before, the materialistic aspect and the spiritual aspect. And for that resonance and harmony to be in a state of balance and working together, there has to be something's got to be the conductor. And so the heart needs to have a good rhythm. And then in order for the heart to have a good rhythm, the breathing needs to have a good rhythm, because the breathing and the heart are connected. And so frankincense has an effect on the lungs and, in fact, all the squamous epithelial tissues. So it has really positive effects on the lungs, which has really positive effects on the breathing, which has really positive physiological effects on the heart, as well as affecting the neurochemistry. So that there's a lot to this frankincense and myrrh. And a lot of the terpenes are present in storax. So storax has also got, you can smell the terpenes. Once you start using all of these different resins, you'll know. You'll burn that and you say, oh, it's got certain stuff that's in frankincense in here. Then you'll burn the frankincense, oh, it's got that just in there. Then you'll burn the other and you go, oh, that's got some of that and a little bit of that, but it's got something of this. And you'll notice that there's these certain shared things that are in all of these resins. And I believe those are some of the things that are being researched for the neurological effects, which is why, for example, classic example, if a child's having bad dreams, frankincense. My son was having a hard time with the spitties because he was seeing a lot of spitties. He calls them spitties, these extra dimensional beings at night. And he's toned down on that now because he's gotten a bit older and he's become a boy. He's into guns and he's like, 7 years old. But at age 5, he was having a lot of these spitty adventures. And I used to get him to sit with me and I used to burn a lot of frankincense and myrrh. The room would literally be like smoky. You can barely like see your hand in front of you. And it really affected his dreams in like a really positive way and his night experiences of these. So if you've got any kind of fear of extra dimensional beings or fear of opening spiritual doorways that are like challenging you, or fear of your dreams, nightmares, anything to do with that, frankincense and myrrh will sort that out. Storax will as well. I'm pretty sure that the copal will have a similar effect because it's so uplifting. Anything that's uplifting like that's going to wash away the negative fears. So yeah, I think the smell is the key to regaining our mental equilibrium, because I think that like you say, when you're in your head you lose touch with your body, but when you're in your smell you cannot lose touch with your body. Your head cannot float disembodied from your body, so it regulates your thoughts. And if we're not thinking too fast, you see, when we get into our head and we travel out of our body, we're thinking so fast, it's like a hamster wheel that's going round and round, and we don't have time to see the thoughts between one thought to the next thought, to the next thought, to the next thought. It's only when we come back into the body and we slow down that we notice, hey, one thought, hey, one thought, hey, there's a pattern to these thoughts. And you start to observe the pattern to the thoughts. Start noticing this pattern is symbolic, right? And so I am a little bit afraid that they might reclassify frankincense as a drug, which you know what this means. Bloody hell. Next thing, they'll be trying to control it as a controlled substance. I would not be surprised if the powers that be would want to do that. When they recognize and realize just how powerfully it affects people, they won't want us using it.
A lot of kids on TikTok getting high on frankincense. That's what's gonna happen. Oh man, dude, I'm gonna do this bongo to frankincense.
Jokes aside, though, hey, it's a joke. Like cannabis. Look what they did with cannabis. Just look at what's gone on with cannabis the last 50, 60 years. It's more, 70 years, 60 years. The prohibition, so what, it's like 60s. Anyway.
It's turning around, though, because, like, I mean, I live in a place where it's basically legal to buy, so that's pretty great. Nice to have.
No, totally. But look what they did with it. And I think it's turning around because they've learned to GMO it. Have you noticed that cannabis isn't what it used to be?
I'm not old enough to or have enough experience enough to really notice the difference. But I mean, there's people who say it's like it's stronger than it used to be, or maybe it's the other. Maybe you say I bet you would say it's the other way around.
I wouldn't say that it. Look, where I live, we've always had Durban poison because of where I live. So Durban poison is like if you go to any infirmary, in US, and you say, "What's have you got on your top shelf?" If they've got Durban poison, it'll be on their top shelf. It'll be one of the more expensive strains. So it's a very strong strain. It's a land raised strain, but it's strong. And it's so we've always had strains that push over 20% here in South Africa. Right? That's what I grew up with. So we've always had strong weed. But when I met people from overseas, they were like, "This weed's like deadly, man." Well, like maybe we were lucky. But a lot of weed wasn't that strong. You're right. A lot of the crappier weed was like half the strength. But I do think it's gotten stronger, but it's different. It's been overbred and it's changed. It's been over specialized, and so it's like, for example, like the CBD, removing the CBD from most of the strains. So most of the strains have got such a small amount of CBD in it that it's no longer really affecting you much. Now, CBD, if you've looked into this, it makes the high less intense, but it lasts longer, right? I don't think that necessarily the idea of having no CBD in the strain is a good idea, because we've washed it out of the strains in order to specialize just getting a particular effect. And so it's not necessarily spiritualizing, where I do believe that cannabis is a plant that was brought to earth from Libero. I believe that.
Well, it's also, if you consider the actual plant itself, there's so many other different like chemicals and that's sort of like I don't know, there's different like chemicals and stuff besides just THC and CBD that are kind of just like washed out. And I think a lot of that, like there's a lot of this weird thing in like the United States where it's like, oh, you can buy CBD, but you can't buy THC. Like they're just so terrified. It's like, oh, you can get like the medicinal effect, but anything that actually stimulates your imagination, makes you think weird thoughts, no, that's illegal. It's like, it's so weird, right? I think what's strange though is like, it's like the relationship with like in the United States, like we're fine with alcohol being legal, but we're like with weed, no, it's a different thing. And it's like with alcohol, it's like there's clearly more deleterious effects to it. There's like liver damage and people beating up their spouses, drunken driving accidents, way worse things. But it's like for some reason this society, this Western civilization, considers cannabis ultimately more dangerous. And I think that's kind of like strange. And they say, oh, but it's a gateway drug and that's why it's bad. But it's like, yeah, it's a gateway drug because you've essentially told people that this is, oh my God, it's so dangerous and it's so terrible. And then the kids try it and they're like, oh, this isn't so bad. Maybe they lied about cocaine and heroin too. And you basically created this like this bad expectation where you basically said like, you made it so that they can't trust you anymore. That it's like, we don't trust you. It's like, you lied to us about this. So what else you lied about? And I think that's the problem when you're not, honest with stuff. So, yeah.
I think that cannabis was demonized, not because of anything other than the fact that it takes us into the symbolic.
You know about the William Randolph Hearst? You know about that? So the story behind how cannabis really got illegal, it actually had a lot to do with hemp. And so basically there was, I think, this man named William Randolph Hearst who basically ran this sort of like this textile sort of, I think he sold textiles, and he didn't like hemp because it was obviously a better product, and it was, like, oh, this is competition. We got to get rid of this. So then at the time, that's why they started coming up with all this propaganda that marijuana is evil and marijuana is terrible. You get films like Reefer Madness coming out, and all of that like demonization is just simply a way for one product to compete with another product. It never even really had anything to do with the actual effects. It's just like, oh, we don't like this thing because it's, competing with our business, so we're gonna choke it out. And the other aspect too was the Vietnam War in the United States. One of the reasons they made psychedelics illegal was because they wanted to have an excuse to arrest people who were protesting the war and doing other, hippie type stuff. So there's a lot of other like weird political baggage. But what's interesting now about I think cannabis culture has really changed a lot, because I think what's really interesting is that you not only see like the hippie, you see people from all walks of life using it now. It's not just the people wearing the Grateful Dead t-shirts, so to speak. It's even like some conservatives, the jocks, your normal everyday people. It's become a lot more normalized. So I thought that's interesting. And you see kind of all these different perspectives coming from it.
Yeah, that's interesting. That this is what I think is happened because people have taken back their constitutional rights. The government didn't just say, "Hey, you know what? We made a mistake." No, people went into constitutional courts and argued and proved. And there were universities around the world that were researching it, and they were able to get the documents and show the government that basically the reason it's illegal is a bunch of lies, fake research, fake nonsense that's all just been set up to make it illegal, and it's unacceptable. And you're totally right about alcohol being, you see, alcohol puts you into the specified state of mind where it's easy to believe one thing or disbelieve another thing. Cannabis puts you into that symbolic state of mind where you can't believe or disbelieve anything because you don't know, and you acknowledge that you don't know. And so you're entering into this world of the unknown with an attitude of looking for the symbolic. And so you have an automatic movement towards this disassembling thought structures and thought patterns and belief structures that we've believed what we are, who we are, what we think the world is, what we believe about life. And so cannabis forces you to question, forces you to ask questions, to take these things apart. What is the symbolic nature of what it is that I think, believe, and where does it come from? Where alcohol will make you just go really stupid and wake up with a headache, and you'll make opinions based on nonsense. So you become more opinionated when you drink because you're not thinking. You're not using your intelligence. When you smoke cannabis, you're actually using your intelligence, which is a very interesting concept. Even though cannabis is said to make people go, but like, oh, you can't have a conversation with them. It's because they're using their intelligence so deeply they can't have a conversation. You can't talk when you're thinking that hard, as a concept. But you're definitely right. There's definitely been this evolution with this whole process and principle. And I do think there's a lot to be seen in terms of this. I experienced when I connected with the plants in the Himalaya, I would rub the plants carefully, and I started to have a sexual kind of a relationship with the plants through my hands. And I would touch the plants in such a way that they were being caressed and they were feeling like aroused. And they would release their terpenes, and I was very gentle. And I was collecting what you can call the first super cream. I wasn't trying to roll quantity. You see, when you're rubbing charas, you can rub 50 to 70 grams a day, right? I was aiming for 10 to 15 grams a day, but the very fine crystals onto my hands and get a very fine, well-oiled texture that is what we call the super cream. And because I wasn't rolling it. I didn't want to sell it. I was rubbing it just for myself. So if I spend 50 days, 60 days rubbing, and I'm rubbing, I can rub like 400 grams of premium charis that you can't buy anywhere in the world. It's for me. I'll give it away to my friends. It's not for sale. If you were trying to sell, then people would want us to rub kilograms of the stuff so they can sell it and make money, which is why it's the quality is not as powerful. I mean, don't get me wrong, that stuff that they rub still has a THC content of 40 to 50% if they rub it well. But the stuff that I was rubbing would have a THC content of like 60% plus, maybe 60, 70%. So, but anyway, so anyway, I was connecting with these plants and they started to talk to me, started to have telepathic conversations with the plants. And they started showing me how they grow on their planets. And I was like, holy shit. You don't grow like that here. And they were explaining to me that there's too much magnetism here for them to grow like that. They need to grow in a different place where there's different magnetism. And I was like, what a mind trip. Basically, they weren't from Earth. Now, when you take a plant to somewhere where it doesn't belong, it's called a weed, right? It's invasive. It goes into that vegetation and it takes over. Cannabis is a weed. It goes into any vegetation, it takes over. It doesn't have any place on Earth that is actually indigenous. Everywhere on Earth, it acts like a weed. Now, if you take a Port Jackson tree in its natural place and you bring it in its natural places, it doesn't overtake anything. You bring them to Cape Town, they're a problem. They start becoming invasive and taking over. Pine trees, bring them to Cape Town, they started getting invasive and taking over. The government got the natural parks here to actually remove the pine trees because they were taking over. So they start to encroach into the fynbos. Does that make sense? They don't fit within any. Cannabis doesn't fit anywhere, which means wherever you see cannabis, it's an alien. So where does it come from? Where is the climate that it fits? It's so easy for cannabis to grow here on Earth that it grows just about anywhere and everywhere. So plants don't normally have that kind of relationship. They normally thrive where they're meant to thrive and they don't thrive other places. Cannabis thrives everywhere, which is interesting. I mean, it only thrives in the way that we want it to thrive in certain conditions where there's enough sunlight and not too much heat. And, in order to produce THC is a defensive mechanism against the sun and predators. So THC is a UV protector and a protector from. So if you want your plants to, if you're growing and you want them to put out more THC, you feed them extra UV and you attack them, make them think they're being eaten by insects. Go and break little pieces of the leaves, break little pieces of here and there, make the plant think it's been eaten by insects, and it will put out more THC to protect itself. Just as an example.
So, one thing that you bring up before about like weed kind of making you more, sort of intellectual and kind of like getting you more aware in your thoughts. What is your thought on people who use cannabis but have a very like anxiety prone reaction to it? Like they've never been in that headspace before, so they have like a panic attack. What do you think? What do you think that is?
I think that a lot of people spend so much time living in the future and they live in a state of anxiety and they're not aware of the fact that they're operating in a state of anxiety because they've just considered it as normality. And then they smoke cannabis and they recognize how far they are from reality, living in the future in their minds. And so that anxiety manifests, but under a lens of like hyper focus. And so I think cannabis will bring out whatever you've got within yourself and amplify it. If you're peaceful and you smoke weed, you'll be more peaceful.
Yeah, that was the thing. Like, that was always something that surprised me because I'm like, I never really, whenever I use, I would never really get paranoid unless there's like some like specific actual threat. Like, you're in a place and there's like a police officer there and you might actually like get thrown in jail. Like, but that's the only thing that really causes any legitimate paranoia. And when you live in a place where, you know, not only
That
is
was
it
the only thing
legal,
that made any smoker really paranoid was a cop. You're right.
you know what I mean? Like, so I don't know. Like, that was always something that like I never quite understood with people. I guess it's just like like I said, like people have different, you know, temperaments or whatever. But I think maybe you got an interesting point there about sort of being, you know, anxious all the time. I think it's just a lot of it is just people are so used to that like linear stream of thought. And weed, in a lot of ways, it makes your thinking more non-linear. It's more circular. And so once you're kind of off that sort of that train track, you're like, where am I? Like I like you're just in some like totally foreign space, and they never had that before. But I think people who are genuinely very imaginative and very much in tune with their imagination have an easier time integrating into that space as opposed to people who tend to be more neurotic and overly intellectual. They're the ones who seem to kind of have like the freakouts. At least I find in my experience.
And I think that that's because they're being thrust into the symbolic state of consciousness. And so they're facing symbols and they can't define them. They lack the definition. They're looking for the definition that they know, like you say. And I think that this is the problem with the way that we've repressed our intuitive emotional conditioning and taken in the mental conditioning of right and wrong and answers and clarity of defined specification of mental impulse. And that this is the problem. I think people that are creative did well with cannabis. People that weren't creative had a real problem with cannabis.
And those
So
people
if you were an
prefer
artist,
alcohol.
you loved it. Sorry?
I said those people who are not creative, they tend to prefer alcohol.
Because it maintains that nonsense. But if you were an artist and you wanted to write poetry or write music or play music or paint or draw or do sculpture or, I mean, there's so many different ways that one can be creative. It could be dance. It could be 1,000 things. Then those people did well with cannabis because it actually inspired creativity. So they were looking for creativity. They got what they signed up for. The people that didn't know what creativity was, and they were like, well, everybody's smoking weed. I'm going to smoke weed. And they smoked weed. They was, what is this? I don't want to feel like this. I don't want to have to think for myself. No, that's horrible. So,
or you ever get like the one time when someone's like, they come up with like they've never done it before, and they become with the most like cliche, like, dude, wouldn't it be cool if there was like a time machine? It's like you're not really that creative, man. You're not really that imaginative. It's like they're coming up with the most like, I don't know, basic sort of thing because they've never really been in that space before. And it's like it's almost like a lot of times when you see people who have that kind of like kind of the dumb stoner stereotype, it's like people who are actually engaging with a creative mindset, like for the first time in their lives, you know?
Yeah, this is part of the conditioning that they've put us into. I think it's a big problem, and so like we've all been hurt. This actually brings up an interesting point. Someone was asking about traumas previously, childhood traumas. We've been taught to repress our traumas and just keep soldiering on. And cannabis will force the traumas of the past to surface because it wants you to heal. It's like a being that's trying to guide you towards your creativity. And there's something stopping your creative flow. You must acknowledge it. And it might be related to traumas. So sometimes people that get these psychotic reactions from cannabis is because they are psychotic and they've repressed their psychosis to such a degree that they don't even know they've got it because they've learned to be normal. And then suddenly that blanket of normality drops and that repressed impulse from previous traumas surface and they're forced to acknowledge what they've been carrying around in their subconscious, and it's difficult. So I think there's a lot of this, and alcohol is usually what is used to suppress. So if one's been traumatized in the past, one can use alcohol to readily suppress things, but cannabis will do the opposite. It will actually cause us to sublimate, and in the process of sublimation, we will likely tap into our deeper emotions. That will take us into a deeper journey. Although, once again, I think that a lot of the cannabis that people are smoking these days doesn't have that same kind of effect to the same degree. I think a lot of the cannabis that there is these days is overwhelming in a certain way without giving you a certain sense of earthiness. That's probably a good way of putting it. Cannabis should be earthy. And some of the cannabis that's been popular, like I'll give you an example, the fuels. The fuels have been very popular, right? Because you get your fuel cannabis, you get your floral cannabis, you get your fruity cannabis. Yeah. And your fruity cannabis is a very uplifting cannabis. Yeah. And your fuel cannabis is a very like active, get you going. And cannabis in the past wasn't one or the other. It was a combination of these qualities. But then they started separating the strains to be pure fuel, pure fruitiness, or pure floral. Sorry, the floral is the uplifting one. The fruitiness is the going into the emotional, but also often a couch lock, very relaxed, very lethargic. And the fuels are very like amped up and hyper. And so the fuels became so popular. And so, like you say, there's lots of other chemicals in the cannabis that we need to look at. And they isolated certain groups that will make you feel like if you're on a dance floor, that's great. You know, so you're in a club and you're dancing and the fuel smoke, you smoke it. Oh yeah, you dance. It's really cool, but not really so practical for people to smoke. So I think that the strains are a big deal. That they've been separated to the extent that they have for specialization in a sense.
I think the other aspect when it comes to this and other psychedelic drugs is sort of how we actually kind of approach the experience itself. I think a lot of people, when they use cannabis or other psychedelics, they just kind of let the experience sort of passively wash over them. And I kind of have a different approach. Like I just use when I get stoned, I really try to really use my imagination, essentially, like really try to imagine things and really try to like put ideas together, and using this weed as sort of like an extra psychic muscle to kind of do that. I think people, they kind of approach it very passively and they just let it wash over them. And so when it comes to like what the Fae have been teaching me in regards to the whole Zarfexology thing, they discuss that like when you take a certain like psychoactive substance, it takes you sort of one Zerfax deeper into the astral plane, essentially, is the idea. But what they also say is at a certain point is that the substance itself, because it's tied to a certain physical reality, it can only take you so far within that astral space, because that plant and its energies essentially are connected to a certain physical domain of hyperdimensional space, essentially. So in order to go past the threshold into a deeper space, you have to sort of project your imagination even deeper and really develop your creativity, your imagination to go deeper than the actual substance itself can allow. So it's like, basically the way I look at it is the substance just kind of takes you halfway there. It gets you to a middle point, and then you have to, as the occult practitioner, as the artist, have to manually journey deeper into that astral magical space, farther than the threshold than the actual substance takes you. And I feel like when it comes to kind of your average everyday person, they don't really do that. They just kind of take the substance or smoke the joint, and then they just sort of like, they just kind of like go with it, which is fine, but they're not really getting the most out of it when you're not really actively engaging with the plant instead of just letting the plant do all the work. It's like you got to do some of the work yourself.
Yeah, I think people are looking for an escape. You can use anything as an escape. And so often people are looking for an escape and they use it as an escape, and then that's what it becomes. Think like you get to define what it is in your imagination as you're using it. So personally, like I remember going through a long phase where I only smoked on a Monday. And I wouldn't only smoke, I'd sometimes make the sweets, milk sweets. But I'd wake up and I'd meditate for at least 2 hours, then smoke, but smoke a lot, right? So maybe personally I would have about 300 milligrams. Yeah. Maybe 400
Damn.
milligrams, 300, 400 milligrams. And of THC. That means smoking really strong charas, like a whole gram of it, which is the equivalent of smoking 2 grams of indoor, and get really high and then meditate some more, another hour and a half to 2 hours. Then come out of the meditation, smoke another gram, 2 grams, sometimes 2 grams actually. No, sometimes, what am I saying? Gram, I'd use more. It's charas. I'd make a lot of charas and make 2 really strong, big, fat ones with loads of charas in it. And have it, then come out and then smoke more. And then pick up a guitar and play guitar for about 45 minutes. And play music. And then after that, write poetry. And then continue with my day. And that became like my Monday practice. But that takes discipline, right? It takes sacrifice. Like it's much easier to just kick back, smoke weed, play computer games, watch TV, right? Which is what most people do. And so they're watching television. And that is the toxin. Because they're smoking cannabis and they're watching television, they are being even more subjectively influenced by what they're watching, if that makes sense. Because you're so wide open.
It's funny you mentioned that. I remember when I was in college, there was this friend who, because I was living in the dorms at the time and my friend had an apartment, so I wasn't allowed to actually use in the dorm room. So I would go over to this person's house because that's the only place I had access to at the time. This was before it became legalized. But I remember they would basically be watching Netflix and I would be basically, my eyes would be closed and I'd be meditating and be astral projecting to all these different places in my head while they're just like watching TV and stuff. Because I was like, you know what? Yeah, TV is kind of boring. So when you're high, it does feel like kind of a waste. It's only kind of like, I'll only maybe like watch TV now if I'm like kind of like about to go to bed or something like that. But I think when I'm using, my favorite thing to do is actually going for bike rides. Like that's my favorite activity. Like something about the addition of cannabis and physical activity and getting your sort of your blood moving, especially something that's like has a bit of a cardio aspect. I feel like that really enhances the effects. I don't know if you have any experience with that. I'm sure you do.
If you haven't tried Durban Poison, next time you're in an infirmary, get the Durban Poison. It's one of the last true sativas. It's a true sativa, which means it's designed for that. It's extremely uplifting. It's one of the most balanced, uplifting sativas experiences you'll ever have. And I believe it's one of the world's best strains. Most of the genetics that I've got here is Durban Poison. I've got a whole lot of genetics. I mean, I've got, I haven't been growing in a long time. but I've kept my genetics for when I want to grow, if I want to grow at some point, because you had to buy your genetics and keep it, because they're breeding the crap out of the plants. Do you understand what I mean? And so those original strains will be lost in the future. This is what they're doing, and it's by design, I think, to a certain extent, because people want to own their brands, right? They want to own their brands, so they overbreed. It's not necessarily good what's been happening. So it's up to people that are interested to keep the genetics and keep it back as seeds, and one day in the future bring back the original strains. Does that make sense? So I've got my little box of genetics, my little, but I've got a lot of different poison. It is the best strain in the world, without a doubt. Without a doubt, it's the kind of strain that if you do have it, you won't realize you're stoned, and you'll notice that you're cleaning the house, and you're vacuuming the house, and you're tidying the house, you're doing the gardening. Like, it's so many times that I've caught myself with a weed eater and said, "What the hell am I doing? I'm mowing the lawn." I'm like, "Okay, the lawn needs to mow. Oh, cool. I'm enjoying this." You tend to enjoy what you're doing, so it's like fully mindfulness kind of a buzz, and so you end up cleaning the house and mowing the lawn is highly productive. There's no other strain like it, I tell you. There's none of that couch lock nonsense. You want to get up and do things. You want to go ride your bike. You want to go somewhere. You got a to-do list. So if you haven't had it, treat yourself next time. It's the most expensive, but there's a reason for that. Quality. But personally, I'm not smoking because I don't like to hurt my lungs. Because the breath is so important for consciousness. And if I do smoke, I tend to overdo it. If I smoke, I'll smoke like 3-4 ounces in a month. I can smoke an ounce in a week.
Yeah, I personally prefer an edible. I personally prefer eating it over smoking it.
Yeah, I just find that it doesn't have the same.
It definitely hits you differently. That's for sure.
Yeah.
I've heard too that there's different chemicals that get processed when it's ingested rather than smoked. It's almost a different drug in a way.
Yeah, it is, and you're capped with how much you can take.
Yeah, you can
because
really
it affects your gut. It affects your gut, but when you smoke it, you can go out there.
Yeah, for sure.
So, that's why I don't use it, because I'm like Obelix. I fell in I fell in all of the solutions since I was young, and don't get me wrong. I enjoy a really lovely strain and really lovely. I can enjoy it, but I don't need it. It's my whole life I've turned it on and turned it off as a whim, because I don't believe in getting addicted to anything. Personally, if anything seems like it's an addiction, I just turn it off. I got addicted to coffee. I just turned it off. I was like, damn, no, I'm not drinking coffee again. That stuff really is addictive, so tend to be careful. But I do think that the world is changing, so our perceptions are definitely becoming more aligned with alternative consciousness, especially now that the esoteric and the occult has come out. A lot more people are looking at the symbolic from an occult perspective than they were before. But the trend of the rest of the population is to move further from the symbolic, deeper in. So there's more of a polarization happening, from my perception, moving one way and then the other way, because the the greater trend of people are like basically short attention spans, TikTok short videos. Yeah. What do you think?
Yeah, I think it's also, there's definitely a kind of a derealization that's going on in the world, because one of the things that's interesting about the whole woke movement is that they basically, a lot of these people, they're into this philosophical tradition of postmodernism or post-structuralism, and the idea is they really just do not believe the truth exists at all. There's no such thing as true, so everything is relative, everything is just, but it's not in that kind of, but it's like everything is just completely hollow and empty of any meaning, and everything is just sort of subjective and for power. And I feel like in terms of culture, I feel like that's like a deeper darkness we're heading in. It's like it's even worse. I feel like in a lot of ways, like those kinds of ideas, that kind of nihilist postmodernism is almost worse than materialism, because at least with materialism, there's like a consistency that they at least believe in science, they at least believe in biology. Obviously they don't believe in God or an afterlife. But now with the woke, it's like, oh, we don't believe in science either. Not only do we not believe in God, we don't believe in science, we don't believe in biology, we don't believe in like individual selves. Everything is just a blank slate that's been socially constructed. So I think from that's another thing that's like really kind of messing with our perceptions lately, is when it's getting further and further away from the symbolic, because I think it's all and like kind of like the simulation theory thing. We think, oh, everything is this hollow, empty simulation, which is why I kind of like, I'm not really a big fan of Buddhism with this whole idea of like emptiness and interdependent, whatever. And it's like we're kind of like, it's like we're taking the berry and we're squeezing out all of the juice and leaving nothing but pulp. That's kind of like, I feel like what's going on with the world. We're taking the fruit of life and squeezing out the juice.
I blame that pedophile for that.
Which one?
The one who wears a red dress without any hair.
The llama?
Yeah, he stuck his tongue in a kid's mouth, didn't he?
Well, there's a lot of that in the whole postmodernist movement too. If you especially look at people like Michel Foucault, that dude was a freaking creep, and he was talking about, he even signed a petition in France with a bunch of these other people to basically remove age of consent laws. But his defense was like, oh, it's homophobic, but that's just like a bunch of gaslighting, nonsense. So it's like there's these people and there's these vampires in this world that, because they're so out of alignment with, at such a deep level, even more so than the average person. We're talking like creepy psychopaths, just totally immersed in darkness. It's almost like they have to basically suck all of the meaning and all of the purpose out of the world to basically sort of like feel better about themselves. It's like that, this weird kind of like this trend towards and this is something that's going on with like the younger people, is like a lot of them are really nihilistic. They really don't believe in much of anything. That just everything is pointless. It's just all this futile thing. There is no meaning. There is no purpose. And sometimes when it comes to that insecurity thing, and we're talking about people who are authoritarian, it's like there's certain people, it's like they hate themselves to such a deep level that the only way they can feel good about themselves is to completely disregard external reality as meaningless. Because if the world is meaningless, then I don't have to worry about holding myself accountable. But the thing about meaning, and why I am not necessarily a subjectivist, it's not so much that the world is real because there's these hard like atomic structures that are objective and exist outside of us. What makes the world real and not just some solipsistic dreams is that we share this dream together. What makes the world real is our connections, our relationships with other people, our relationships with the things we enjoy, and with animals and plants. And it's relationships that seem to is the sort of the foundation of reality, it seems. And that to me is what makes it real, instead of like the materialist way of saying, oh, it's real because it's hard and it's physical. But I had a lucid dream. I mean, I've had a number of lucid dreams, but I remember this one in particular where I was in a lucid dream and I was not waking up. So I was able to stay in the dream. And I remember just touching the grass in the dream. And I was like, I could not distinguish it from real grass, or like this was dream grass. Like sometimes I've had lucid dreams where I'm like, okay, I know I'm dreaming, but it feels so real. I'm like, well, maybe I'm not dreaming. Maybe I actually am awake, and I better not do anything illegal or anything like that, you know? So, you know, but the point of the lucid dreaming thing is that, you know, what is real is that as what you can, you know, they say what's real is what you can touch, but it's like, if my mind is capable of generating a world that's equally as real as the waking world, then maybe that's not the parameter to which to judge what is real. And I think what's more real is more that where the dream worlds intersect. That's, to me, is where reality is. And not just the dream. When I say the dream world, because I know that, you know, there's a lot of people that believe in nonsense. There's a lot of people who believe in, you know, like we're talking about the culture being misaligned and terrible. But I think it's the collective dream world of both humanity and nature, and the dream world of plants, the dream world of animals, you know, even the dream world of rocks and minerals and stars and galaxies. All of those things coalesce. And like, it's the collective dream where all of those things intersect. That, to me, is, I think, what I would understand objective reality to be, instead of this materialist thing that's, oh, it's these hard billiard ball Newtonian atoms.
Yeah, the Maya is definitely something to be considered. I think we don't recognize that, like from a shamanic perspective, we are already dreaming here now. The parietal lobes are creating a dream in our brains, and it's creating a fantasy idea of reality, this physical world. So we're actually more in tune with reality when we're not in the physical. But when I say not in the physical, I don't mean in the astral, I mean in the etheric. Because in the etheric field, our sense of smell is heightened. All of our senses are heightened. So it's sort of fundamentally important for us to recognize that everything that we think we're experiencing is a memory. We're not living in reality. We are experiencing a memory of reality, which is between 2 and 4 seconds in the past, that we are calling reality, but that's a memory. And that memory has been recoded by the thalamus and put into a different context from the original information from the senses. And when we start to bypass the thalamus, we start noticing that what we thought we were seeing isn't quite the same as what there is. There are all these little dots everywhere. What about all these little dots? What are these dots, and why are they blinking? Why are they doing this? And when we really listen to silence, why does silence have like sounds in it and resonant frequencies and vibrations, and what is that about? And when we really like tune into our smell, why do we feel our smell's got like a vibration to it? You know? And when we feel our sensations on our body, really get into it, why can we sense what other people are feeling based off what's going on in our physical bodies when we're close to them in proximity? So if we walk through a crowd, why do we have all these different sensations moving through our body until we get, oh, a difficult one, and we look and we see the person where that's coming from. We go, oh my gosh, felt like I had a hand on my heart constricting me. And then you see their eyes and you see exactly as you pass that person where that was coming from. And as they pass, it passes. And then you go back near them and you'll notice, oh, it's happening again. Certain people trigger us. So there's all these sensations in the physical senses that we have washed out by the parietal, doesn't get to the parietal lobes because it's basically been washed out by the thalamus. But when we start to get back into reality, we're moving closer into real time. So I think there's definitely a lot to be considered when we look at time. And you mentioned time, real time, from shamanic dream time, you know, there's bigger time and smaller time, and we're in smaller time. And when we step out of smaller time, we're in bigger time. Bigger time moves much more slowly than smaller time. And so in this world of smaller time, it's moving fast. But when we step into the etheric, time takes longer. So when you're taking a psychedelic, you are going into the etheric. So there's more time. Literally. Take mushrooms and see how long 10 minutes is if you're gonna stare at a tree.
I think
10
I have
minutes goes
a
on
theory
forever.
on that that I've
Goes
been kind of
forever.
playing with my mind, where it's like I think it's kind of like when you have a computer and you're loading a big program on it and it like slows down. What happens is I think time has a certain density to it, and when time is moving fast, it almost feels very kind of fluid and slippery. But what happens with psychedelics is that you're overwhelmed with so much sensory information. It's like your mind is trying to like keep up with all the data that it's basically taking in, and it's actually because of that. That is why I think that the perception of time slows down, because you're basically taking in maybe 10 to 20 times more data from your surroundings than you usually do. And it's almost like it's slowing down, like your brain has to like slow everything down just to keep track of all of that. That's what I thought. What do you think about that?
Well, I think that speeding up is what's not. I don't think it's that. I think it's the opposite. Exactly what you're saying, but the opposite. I think that it's normally slow because of there's a lot of data, but the mind streamlines the fantasy of reality, takes out all the excess data by the parietal lobes and by the thalamus, and just gives the parietal lobes what it needs to stream time fast, so that we can experience this fast streaming time, which isn't really accurate because we have to cut so much of reality out in order to feel this. Sort of like you want to watch a movie and you want to watch it in fast forward. You're only going to pick up little bits of the film. You're not going to pick up everything. If you want to watch the whole film, you're going to watch it in real time. But it's going to take a lot longer. So life is like something you're going to watch in real time.
Oh my God.
Or
Like, you're just making me think of like all these people who tend to watch YouTube videos on like 2 times the speed. It's like you're saying, I'm noticing that's happening a lot.
I think that's perfect, exactly the perfect metaphor for it. Yeah, that's what I think is happening. So I think that we tend to reduce this world to small bite size so we can process it faster. And that's a very interesting habit that we have. And so this time that we experience here is fast slipping time. But real time, when we go into the etheric, is much slower. And when we go into the astral, it's even slower. So it's like in the astral, my sense of it is 6 hours equates to 6 months. 1 hour is a month. I would say. In the etheric, 1 hour is 10 hours, maybe a day. Yeah. So what would have been a quick 5 minutes passing or 10 minutes passing, like just going past quickly, is a really long chapter. And it's like, it's a lot longer, you know. It can be, you know,
Yeah, that's
can
why I
take
think when
forever.
it comes to time, it's actually more helpful to think of it instead of the speed of time as opposed to more the density of time. As if you think about how like there's a relationship, it seems like the more you experience, the slower time flows. Is that does that make sense? Like the idea is that when you're in that astral plane, because you're connected to this, essentially this much more vastly dimensional space with a lot of more parameters, a lot more sort of things happening, a lot more stuff. It's like time is actually becomes, in a sense, would it be lighter or would it be more dense? But like the amount of like events that occur seem to be like there seems to be a different density to them. Like, does that make sense at all?
Yeah, well, that's because there's less information to process if
Yeah,
it's moving
exactly.
fast. And so the density of information is greater, which means that our perception is greater. So in the etheric, we're able to see more. We're able to actually get glimpses of the future. And in the astral, we can get bigger glimpses of the future. And in the causal, I mean, I can't even put the causal into perspective. And that's a whole nother level. Maybe 6 hours in the causal is 6 years, or 60 years, or 600 years, or 6,000 years. I don't even know where to go with that. But I can tell you that the astral, if you ever get stuck in the astral for 6 hours, plan for 6 months. That's how long you're there for. That's what it feels like. So I can't imagine what the causal is. And if you see the upgrade from the astral, from the etheric to the astral, it's huge. So the etheric, 10 minutes isn't like 10 days. It's not even like a whole day. 10 minutes is like maybe 2 hours or an hour and a half, right? Think about it. If you've been like really in a deep state of trance in the etheric field, and you think to yourself, wow, it must be like an hour later, and you look at the clock and 10 minutes has passed, you go, my gosh, like, well, could have been an hour, could have been an hour and a half or 2. So the condensation of time between the etheric and the physical is relatively big, but it's not that much. That's why I equate it to being like 10 times. But then from the etheric to the astral, I equate it to being, okay. So what are we looking at? We're looking at about 24 times 180 plus minus. So we're looking at about 3,650. So it's 3,650 to 1 ratio in the astral to here. And the ratio in the etheric is maybe like 10 to 1. So the ratio in the Akasha is a bigger jump of ratio from 10 to 3,060 to 1. Does that make sense? So we must be speaking millions and billions to 1.
Yeah, it seems to make sense.
Which is why when you go into the Akashic field, you can see the future and the past. Like you can travel through all different zones of times and past lives and future lives. And because you've got such a broad span of time to experience that you can allow your consciousness to dwell in any part of that huge compression of information. And like if you're fully enlightened in that state of consciousness, then you can meet someone and know all of their future and their past and everything about them. If that makes sense. Like it's possible.
Yeah, it makes sense.
It's conceivably possible because of that such a broad expanse of information compression.
Mm-hmm.
So time doesn't really exist as we think that it exists. It's like a very abstract concept.
They have been basically teaching me like all sorts of different higher dimensions of time, and it's just like, oh my god, this is gonna make my brain explode. It's so vast and complicated. So let's see. I just want to show something here actually. Computer. Let's see if I can do I'm gonna try to see window. All right. So I'm gonna do a little. Let's see. I'm gonna do a little streets here. Okay, so let me point this out. So this is basically kind of like how I map out the universe right here. So you see this left-hand side here. This is the part that represents physical reality. This right side over here, this is where you would call the astral or the etheric. And this triangle right here where I got this is where the individual self lies. And so when we're kind of in the waking world, we're usually, so each one of these little circles is basically a different aspect of reality. This is what a Zerfax essentially is. So if we, so this right here, this is called the knee Zerfax, this orange kind of fork thing. This is the Zerfax of linear time. And you notice with each one of these sort of these Zerfax channels, there's sort of different levels of time flow. So this is the intellectual one. So time flows the fastest here. Then it's slightly slower in this Azerfax channel, which is basically the muscle memory, doing certain routine tasks. And then you get to the Kidserfax channel, and then time becomes even slower. This is the basically, so if when we're talking about like, you know, being in the mind, when you're in your thoughts and you're sort of like out of touch with reality, you're in this Zerfax. But if you're feeling more in tune with yourself and you're more in tune with nature, then you're in this part of the Zerfax map. So when you take, like, I just want to kind of like go over this because, you know, I talk about this all the time, so I might as well say like I present it. And so this purple section right here, the Vidzerfax channel, this is where you go when you take psychedelic substances. So there's an X. So each time you move over a circle, it's like time gets exponentially slower. And this is kind of the same for all these other channels, which is basically, so I've even kind of like mapped this out in terms of like substances. So this side was where you experience alcohol, and this is the side where you experience cannabis. And so I guess the reason I bring this up is because I think that with this kind of this system, you can really start to map out sort of states of consciousness in this way. It's like, oh, you can see there's a kind of a progression that's happening. And this one right here, this is called the Phi-Zerfax. This is basically the Zerfax of physical matter itself. It's supposedly like, the idea is that it's basically surrounded by this impenetrable black membrane that you can't see through, but yet we all kind of stick outside of it like flowers in a pot, which then sort of, so I could go on and on like explaining this, but I thought since we were, you know, talking about the concept of time, I thought I would bring out this diagram and maybe give a little lesson on it. I don't know if you have any questions about it, I'll be more than happy to answer.
Yeah, I like the way you've got that line there. It's interesting. It does sort of make a lot of sense. You see, if you take it like the one sphere represents different elements of being in the earth plane, it seems. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And then the next one, different depths into the etheric field.
Mm-hmm.
Next one's different depths into the astral field, and the next one's different depths into the causal field. It's an interesting.
So, yeah, another thing to consider too is that, because this is basically like not the map of the whole Zerfax. So every individual, every person has one of these maps. So I have my own like sort of like 8x8 by 4x8 sort of like template, and you have one that exists. So we both exist in sort of like different what they call is an Iserfax quadrant. But so here, this is sort of my individual space. But in this purple channel, this is a shared collective space. And that's the same with this top part over here. This is like a sort of a shared, this is sort of like the shared collective part. And this is the more individual personality part. This is your sort of your personal dream world. And this is the collective part of the dream world, which then intersects with your dream world. Okay, the mouse should be more over here. And then this over here, this big Z, this is the Zerfax nucleus. So when I talk about all realities sort of like coalescing, everything sort of basically, everything intersects here in this nexus. And it's just this vast singularity of ultimate reality that's just utterly impossible to comprehend. It's so vast, like, and this is probably, and I think you actually get to here through here. So if we think of this as different, so this is actually really kind of a convenient map, because you could think of this is sort of like a mild to moderate psychedelic trip. This is a much like more intense one, and this is like a really kind of like a heavy one, and then this is like full blown DMT breakthrough. Then so, and then with the dream world, that's the Zaphras channel. This is the one where we go to when we dream at night. So this Zerfax called the Zaphras is basically kind of a direct reflection of the physical reality over here. But there's a little bit of caveats because it intersects with this section, the dream parts of the Kitherfax channel. And then you also have the Etherfaxes. This is where all the isolated images, thoughts, and ideas come. And then they'll sort of like trickle up in. So let's say you have like a thought of, I don't know, like a dragon or something like that. If you're in the dream state, this dragon can kind of go up here into this state. And this is usually when you kind of have like an astral projection. Everything is very vivid and intense. Of course, when you have a nonsensical dream, you go one Zerfax deeper into the dream world where it's more disconnected from reality. This is the kind of dream where it's like you go to a place, it's like it's a mall, it's a school, things don't make any sense whatsoever. So, all right, I don't know. I just always love talking about my work. So thought I'd bring that up since we're talking about time. I think having that visual way of describing things helps me kind of organize and orient these ideas better.
I like the way you've got it set up there. It's beautiful. We're definitely gonna have to do a segment where we basically interview you.
Yeah,
Definitely gonna have to do that. And maybe we can do that quite soon. Because I think it'd be a good one to do. And obviously it'll be productive,
Mm-hmm.
But I see, speaking of time, I'm just looking here.
Yeah,
speaking of
late.
time,
we're 4.5 hours in.
I've just realized something.
What?
Holy macaroni. Holy macaroni. Holy macaroni. Holy macaroni. I better delete something quickly. Delete that recording and done. And that frees up a little bit of space. Okay, good. Okay, no more holy macaroni. No, because the recording, I don't want it to be lost.
I see.
It's got to have space in the cloud of this StreamYard. So let's end off this session. We've reached a 4.5. I'm trying to bring these down to 4 hours, but lately it's been 4.5 hours, which is a better length than 8 hours.
It's tricky, especially with the nature of conversation and how it flows. You can't always predict.
Exactly, but it's especially now. It's like it's like 20 to 11. So my dogs want to go out pee and everything. I've got my little, well, she's not that little. My golden retriever's head literally between my knees. She's talking to me. Hey, Indigo. She's so beautiful. My dogs. You will not believe how lucky I am. Got such lovely dogs. The most beautiful dogs in the whole world. They have the most beautiful natures out of any animals you'll ever see in your life. Indigo is just the biggest sweetheart. If you got a ball, she'll harass you to throw the ball. Otherwise, she'll come and put her head on your knees and just want you to stroke her all the time. She's just such a lovable creature. And she's so loyal and she's so well behaved and she's so lovely. She's just like the perfect dog. And Ori as well. I mean, he's an Alaskan Malamute. He's just huge. He talks. He's got a sense of humor. He can get a bit pushy. Like, hey, buddy, have you seen the clock? It's feeding time. Come on. He'll howl at me until he gets his way. He's a cheeky bugger, but very intelligent, very lovely. So yeah, I mean, what can we say ending it off? I mean, I think we've said so much, and I love the last segment.
I think we've covered most of the territory, honestly.
Is Soraya here? Soraya, you came back. What do you want to say? What do you want to add? Let's hear Soraya.
Well, yeah. The part about judging people, I've kind of written something about that today in the Substack. So it was kind of a point of recognition. Your mic is off, Franklin. So you were speaking, but I wasn't hearing you.
Sorry, I was gonna say, why don't you put the link for the article into the group chat here? Because I can flash it onto the screen, and then people can actually go and read it.
Okay, let me see if I can get that. Otherwise, I'm
But you
just
can
going
keep
to
talking
put it
while you
in.
do that. You can tell us about it. Total synergy.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to.
So I've got no electricity. I'm sitting here in a dark house.
Yeah, I saw it.
Yeah, it's not a power cut. It's they had some kind of malfunction, like maybe
Oh,
a substation blew up or something. You know, maybe it's sabotage. Maybe I don't know who or what. I don't know the story, but I just know that there's been some problem and they're working on been working all day. Had no power all day. It's never been like this before. So thank God for my
okay.
battery pack. It's lasted long, huh?
Yeah, very long.
It's a 1.2 kilowatt rig.
Oh, that's a big one.
Yeah. Well, I'm
Big
South African.
capacity. Oh yeah, you have to if the power's out
We
all
have
the
to be
time.
organized. We
Yeah.
get power cuts. It's just how we live. So we've got
Mhm.
backup contingency plans. Like I need this to be able to stay in the world of communications, and my clients have to be able to communicate with me whether there's electricity or not. You
Mhm.
know. So, and then of course, events like this and whatever else. My son's school, his school is on Zoom, so power cut's not an excuse for him not to have school. Internet must be on.
Yeah.
And we've got Sky here, Sky Davidson. Lovely having you. Thank you all for being on the show. I hope you've enjoyed it. Hope you got what you came for. Quite a broad topic, abstract expansion upon the idea, but I think we sort of broke out into the symbolic and the specific. While Soraya is going to grab us the link for her Substack article,
I already
sending you
shared
all.
it.
Sorry.
I already shared it.
No, I can't access it from the private chat. It needs to be in the group chat, in the comments section, because in the private chat I can't make it.
Oh, okay.
I can't make it come on the screen. It's just the way the system's.
That's weird. I can only tap on the live chat.
Isn't it letting you share it? Some people have said they've had issues sharing certain links, but it's on your channel. So if you go to Infinite Words of Love, at Infinite Words of Love,
Yeah. Or HTTPS /t.me /
so if you go into Telegram and you just put that into a search bar. You just go into Telegram, you click the search bar on the top right corner, and you put that at Infinite Words of Love into the search bar. The channel that will pop up will be Soraya's channel. And then I'm pretty sure it'll be the latest ad on that channel. There'll be all sorts of interesting stuff on that channel. Sure.
Yeah.
So is there anything else you want to share with us now, dear Soraya?
Well, yeah, I think if you want to evolve your consciousness, then you have to live as truthfully as you possibly can.
Slow and steady always wins the race.
Very true.
That's the story of the tortoise and the hare. The metaphor is that the hare, because developing too fast, falls asleep.
Yeah.
But the tortoise never falls asleep.
Mm-hmm.
Consistency. Anything else you want to add, dear Soraya?
No, that was it.
Cosmic Brother, do you have any last additions, words you
No,
want to say?
I think we covered everything pretty well. I'm okay with
I can't
ending
think
it
of
here.
anything either. Other than, yeah, man, make it a point in your lives, for those of you that are catching this in the rerun or listening. Oh, my lights just turned on. Yeah, electricity's back. Thank God. It's been forever.
Yeah.
Make it a point to look. One needs to look for the symbolic. One needs to actively, it must become a habit. Sort of like bathing, brushing your teeth, eating fruit, a habit. I've got a really great habit that I've started, which involves making a smoothie for breakfast. That's a good habit. You want to get that habit as well. You get all your fruit in the morning, and that's the way you start your day. My boy is super healthy because of it. So, and a great habit is to always seek the symbolic. Everything that you're looking at, if you see a word and you think you know the meaning, what's the symbol behind the meaning? What is the
Not just
symbolic?
that, but in addition to that, also make sure to make your own symbols. Don't feel like you have to be limited to the sort of set of symbols that sort of culture and society provides for you. Try to look beyond the symbol. That's why I'm so interested in channeling, because it's like I want to look beyond the world of humanity, beyond the sort of the human collective egregore space, into some kind of outer egregore space of mind spaces. They're just so beyond. So always look beyond, always look into the mystery, and the symbolic can be a gateway to that.
Lovely, beautifully said, brother. Beautifully said. Okay, Indigo, give me a minute. She's getting pushy now. She wants to go and pee. That's what this is. She's giving me an ultimatum, like, I got to get out there. I got to pee. Okay, my darling, I'm going to let you out now. Oh, she's so beautiful. Anyway, thank you all for joining us. Have an absolutely fabulously amazing, awesome, super weekend. Don't forget to smile. Keep it sweet. Keep it happy. Take it easy. And blessed be. Cosmic, you must get your YouTube channel on the go, brother. Just put all your content up.
I got to figure out the right way to get this content up and the right way to present it. But that is definitely a plan at some point in the future.
Do you know what I'm going to recommend to you?
Well, let's hear it.
Go into TikTok and start doing live.
Live.
It's actually it's blossoming up, and just do live discussions about your content. I reckon you'll get a following quickly.
We'll
Just
see.
saying. And people will start
That is a
asking
TikTok.
questions
So
about
that
it, and
is
it will
the
give you
TikTok is still around. I know the United
TikTok
States.
is growing.
Yeah, but I heard
Yeah, they can't get rid of TikTok because
they're trying to ban it in America.
yeah, but they can't. Too many Americans are making a livelihood on TikTok. Since they've tried to ban it, TikTok has basically started the Creators Fund. So if you post on TikTok
I'll
and
probably
you're an
get
American,
kicked. I'll probably honestly, I wouldn't be surprised if I got kicked off because a lot of this content I do, there is a kind of a gender component, and you know how the alphabet police don't like the idea that there's like male and female. So, maybe that's why I should get this stuff out there. Screw them, right? Let the real truth get out there instead of this nonsense,
yeah. For example,
Okay. Eva?
basically, yeah, it's I think with TikTok, it's like literally for every 1,000 people that see your your content, you get paid like certain number of cents. But like if you start to get a lot of content, and TikTok's easy to get a lot of views. So if you do it consistently, it can get to the point where there are a lot of people that are earning money on TikTok, like ridiculous. They make a post, there's 100,000 views. That 100,000 views is $20, and they're posting like 3-4 posts a day, making like $80 a day, just posting stuff. And then they go on live and they get big, and then they put up a paywall, and then they get subscribers and they make more money on the subscriptions. And by the end of the month, they're making like 10-20 grand. So there's a lot of people in the US making a lot of money out of TikTok. So if the US bans it, there's going to be a lot of people out of salaries.
Yeah, true.
Do you know that I think in the America, I think 150 million Americans are on TikTok, or 130 million or something. There's a lot of people on TikTok, and of those people, there must be 10 to 20 million people making money out of TikTok, making like a significant amount of money out of TikTok. Millions of people are making lots of money. Some people are making like $10,000 a week, but those are like people that are viral. So, it's not just something that you would do for your project. It's something that you can generate traffic. If you get merch and you want to sell merch, TikTok's becoming a big shop. It's a big shop. I almost bought something from TikTok today. Because you get like such good, you can actually see a review for it. You don't just see a picture and a write-up about an object. You see somebody using it and they're showing you how it works and what they do with it. And you go, oh, I might want one of those. It's a dog bed. Speaking of dog beds, I got to get my dog outside. So much love to all of you. Have an absolutely awesome day. And your conscience goes back to Adam and Eve. Well, so much love to you. It's a good place to go.
I'm going offline now. My battery is almost empty.
Well, God bless you, Soraya. Have an absolutely amazing day. Thank you for joining us. It's an honor to have you guys here, and to you, Cosmic, and to the other two gentlemen that have left, and sending so much love to you. And Road Squatch too. Take it easy. Big bless Sky, Davidson, and everybody else that's with us. Om Shanti. Thank you for joining us. See you next week, same time, same place. Blessed be. Om.
Peace out.
Om Shanti. Bye.
See y'all